Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in today as we've got the schedule release. It's one of those important days on the calendar, and not simply because you're an NFL fanatic or you love your team, but because you understand that these type of days do carry a lot of weight as far as when you try to project into the NFL season. No one can know what's going to happen. That's part of the beauty of the NFL, but you can certainly get a good understanding of the task ahead and what kind of maze you're going to have to run through to find daylight to go back and hopefully repeat as Super Bowl champions. And we've been lucky enough here to have the schedule pretty much leak through at this point. There might be some final little bits of this and that that are going to be added on here, but we've got a good feeling of things. And man, it was so tasty. I had to go live a little bit early because this thing's looking good. It's looking really good. And what I want to do first is we look at the schedule and unpack it and go through it and just have all sorts of fun in doing that. Look at a couple of quick things here off the rip that I think are very important. Everyone always likes to say after I go through a schedule and say good or bad. Well, they say, well, what is it that makes a good or bad schedule? How do you what is your individual factors that bring that into play? And I think that these are pretty universal for most people. It just more spells them out. It's this, and then we kind of weight this up against the schedule and look at that. So if you get a lot of these accommodations, you feel really good about the schedule. When it comes to, for instance, with the Hawks on miles traveled, this is a very important one because the Seattle Seahawks in most recent years have traveled as much as any team in the NFL, usually up around the 35,000 mark or so is where they tend to be sitting. And so it is an important factor to kind of bring that in and go, are we going to be up leading the league in miles traveled once again? If you're flying more than any other team in the league and you got all those East Coast teams that can basically get on a, jet stream and puddle jump 30 minutes over to the next city over, it makes a difference. Primetime games. Primetime games might not be one that you would think would be important, but primetime games are important. They tend to pull away 10 a.m. games a lot of times. So you get a few of those usually removed. And then you also have the fact that the Seattle Seahawks, historically speaking, have played very good on primetime games throughout many different generations of Seahawks football. The explanation for it, I don't have one. I can't give you one. But it is the way that it has been. Seattle Seahawks are all-time 73, 42, and 1. That is a 63.4% winning percentage in primetime football games. So the more of those you got, the better for us. For our perspective, at least historically. Could it fall on its face this year and we just suddenly suck in primetime games? Maybe. But it has held true pretty strongly, as I said, through a couple different generations of different Seahawks iterations. Short weeks, these suck. These are bad. These make playing games hard the next week. You don't like them. You'd like to avoid them. The 2 Thursday night games you got now really bring a factor into play on this, where you can have some shortened weeks. You can have those stretches like we did in 2014 where we had to play 3 games in 11 days. 3 games in 11 days. That is what happens when you have the short week factor brought into bear on this one a little bit. No gauntlets. We all remember this year, right? We all remember this year here, where you're going through, you're playing pretty well, you're feeling good about yourself. 5-3, you'll run into Mike Macdonald's Baltimore Ravens back 2 years ago, and he just crushes you. And then you get a little reprieve there with Washington. But then bang, you got to come back to the Rams. And then bang, you got to come back to the 49ers. And then bang, you got to come back to a Cowboy team that was pretty strong that year. And then back around to the Niners. And then back over there to the Eagles. We don't want gauntlets. You want to try to have those strong opponents kind of shifted in the right places or evenly spread out as much as you can. So you have that opportunity to really be able to give them your best and not feel beaten down and battered by the time you actually face them. 10 a.m. games. Now, we've conquered this recently with both Coach Carroll and Mike Macdonald. They have done a fantastic job of getting these teams prepared and ready. And I think organizationally, there's something at play and how this team has gotten itself to the right place to avoid these things. But 10 a.m. games for most teams, most West Coast teams, that is, kind of hard. Your body's still not awake. You're not playing at your best. It takes you half the game to get awake. Oftentimes you see those games a loss if it's a decent quality opponent that they're playing up against, being those West Coast teams. Strength of schedule, this goes without saying, big factor into how this is going to go now. We don't know what the strength of schedule is going to be for the NFL season until after the season, but we can look at some projections and we can look at the prior year and get a basic understanding of where that strength of schedule is at. Two things that we are going to be taking a look at with our Seattle Seahawks team. Bye week at the right time. You want about mid-year. Mid-year is a really great time, and don't overlook that bye week factor from if it's an early season one and now you got to play a long year, or getting it at the end of the year when you're right in the middle of a run and it kind of takes away the energy from you, a little bit of the momentum from you. So having a bye week set up right in that midpoint of the year is very nice to have. Very, very helpful. So these are the factors we want to be thinking about when we look at the Seattle Seahawks schedule. As mentioned before, there's a couple of things that are, I think, interesting on this. Most notably, as I'll get my big fat head out of the way here, most notably, we look at the strength of the schedule for this NFL season, and we come to find the Seattle Seahawks are 22 as far as easiest. So this would be the easiest schedule. Lions, easy. Saints, easy. Bengals, easy. Browns on the easier side, right? When you're in the red, you're in a little bit of a tougher territory. No surprise, all the NFC West teams are down there, being that they produced, well, 3 of the 4 NFC West teams are down there, being that they produced the 3 playoff teams from last year. And then you've got the Niners up at 8, actually in a kind of favorable overall strength of schedule spot. You got the Hawks at 22, Rams at 28, and then the Cardinals. Oh my goodness, it just doesn't get any easier for the Arizona Cardinals. They are down at 32nd this year. And the projection win total here from Vegas is also a little bit of a factor here, which I'll add to the stage here. And again, I'll just take myself off this totally so you guys can see this maybe here. There we go. Okay, so you got Chargers up at this is the Seahawks win total forecast for their opponents. So you can see that they got the Patriots about 9 wins, Cardinals at 4 wins there. You're looking about 8 wins there for the Washington Commanders, 10 wins and 10 wins for the Chargers and 49ers, about 10 wins for the Broncos, 10.4, 9.4 there for the Bears. So you got two kind of tough sections in this schedule. But you can see it's fairly fair. You got a couple of spots here where you can catch your breath a little bit as well. And these are more of now the projection for the upcoming season. Cowboys projected to win 9 wins. I don't know how they got the Giants to 7.4. That's pretty interesting there. But you can see they have the Rams at 11.4 and the 49ers at 10.4. Just kind of an interesting point as far as what, where some of the projections are going for the team. But let me not bury the lead anymore on this. One other little interesting point before I get to the graph that I just wanted to show as well on this was the mileage traveled. And this is the part that just gets one of the places that gets me super hyped up about this schedule. Number one, you have the 49ers having to leave our solar system with the amount of miles they're collectively traveling and then coming back. So 38,000 miles. We've had years that we've been in sort of the 33,000-ish area, leading the league. Multiple years that we've been number one. Here you got the Niners up at 38,000, the Rams 34,000, almost 35,000 for the Rams. So not that far back from the 49ers. 2 notable factors in the season for 2 teams that got to start out the year going to Australia. And then Seattle, as far as this is from their perspective on this, and historically speaking, being at 10 with 22,000 miles flown next year, that might as well be 32 as far as comparatively to other years and, what they've had to do as far as travel goes. That is such a difference as far as a cut down is the amount of time that they're going to have to fly. And hopefully will be a helpful factor when it's all said and done here. But very cool. Seattle's down at 10th rather than always up in the sort of top 3 area that when you're in the Pacific Northwest, you just naturally are in that spot because of how far everything is from you. It's not as much the NFL doing you dirty. It's just that that's the way that works when you are geographically located where we are. But they didn't do us dirty this year. Got done pretty nicely. And I got to say, when it comes to this schedule, we did pretty nicely overall. When I look head to down, up top, left, right on this one, boy, it comes out pretty well. There are two sections that note when you talk about the tough angle of there's sort of these two sections in the season here that you can kind of cut up between sort of the bye a bit. That do get a little bit, have some tougher spots. Some of it's going to depend upon, how those teams look, obviously, because they're not necessarily juggernauts in certainty right now as it stands. But we've got, of course, the Patriots was confirmed as an opener. Works really well for the Seattle Seahawks. Favor of things here is as far as you have the Wednesday night game, and this is a part little talked about here, but as you can see here on this list, and worth kind of noting is the two Thursday night games are kind of two of the perilous points of your schedule. You look at those two games and you go, boy, I hate Thursday night games. You know how hard it's going to be on your players' bodies. If you got anybody beat up, they're going to sit out. You've oftentimes got to prepare the week before and how you play guys and snap rotations, defensively speaking, especially. And so here you're going to get a benefit on this one of you're not playing Thursday night in the opener. You're playing Wednesday night, but it counts like a Thursday night game. But you don't have a short week of preparation time. You've got all of off season to be ready for it. The same opponent that you played back in the Super Bowl, not to say you're going to apply the same game plan, but this does give you the very same opponent in your house, in your home, and then you get that long week then to come back to the Cardinals the week after that. So it is cool that it's one of, as you guys can see here, a bunch of primetime games the Seattle Seahawks are going to be rocking. We're pretty much primetime this year. We call them the primetime Seahawks because you got behind Hard Knocks, and then you're going to have them on 7 primetime games probably when it's all said and done on top of all the playoff games we're going to be playing in addition to that. But the first one right out the gate with the Patriots, really cool. Nice matchup, I think, here for the Seattle Seahawks, a Patriot team that didn't do a ton this offseason. They're going to get A.J. Brown. That's going to change a bit of the factor at play here as far as how this thing's going to look. But that being said, I think you still have some schematic answers for what they do. I think you still give them troubles in places that they have some weaknesses, offensively speaking. And I think you still have a really great chance in this game. Cardinals, as you can see the win total before, they're projected to be around 4 wins for the year. So catching them into week 2, coming off that bye, going on the road into Arizona, a stadium we tend to take over. I think we will again. And a game that, 1 o'clock, good time. You guys, know that you feel pretty good about this. So both these two games out the gate feel like a win for me. Washington Commanders, one of your few 10 a.m. games. And take note of that, folks, is that you only do have the 3 10 a.m. games here with the Commanders and the Giants and then the Panthers later on in the season. So kind of notable there. So Commanders, you come back into week 3 on the road there, taking them on. Jaden Daniels. Are they going to get Brandon Ayuk at some point here this offseason? We'll look at some of the depth chart, and we'll go into a little bit of some of the deeper stuff on the schedule here today and a little bit over the next couple of days as we look at this. But not a bad setup for you for a Commanders team that's still kind of reshuffling some things, getting some things in the right alignment here for the upcoming season. The Chargers come up next, a very dangerous team next year. It's all about can they stay healthy really as much as anything else. That'll be where the question mark's at, especially when it comes to that offensive line. It's going to be a tough matchup, but you do get it at home. And I think that, as we're start to come into the tough section here, basically, of this schedule that I talked about, where from the Charger game to the Bear game, you've got a chunk. You got a little Goonies chunk right there of a section of the schedule where it's going to get hard. But what is noticeable about this chunk is that these games are at home. So Chargers, 49ers, Broncos, Chiefs, Bears, tough. Yes, tough. But only one of those games is played on the road. And the game played on the road is a primetime game. Is that one short week on the road in the oxygen-deprived Denver Mile High City. That one might be a bit tough. I ain't going to lie to you guys there. But you catch the 49ers week 5, probably a little bit more at the full height of their powers versus, when you get them back around into week 12, possibly there. But is there Kittle by that point? We shall see. How is the acclimation of their rookie class? Where's the receiving core at? There's some question about the defense. Can the age hold up there? Guys bouncing back off of pretty major injuries. But, by that point, those guys should be, Warners are back. The Boses are back. All those guys should be fully rolling there. You got Mike Evans brought into the point here. Broncos, as I said, tough matchup. I do think that, Bo Nix is not necessarily scared me to death, but that's still a tough team in that stadium. And short week especially is going to be a rough one, I think, there. But you come back to the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes coming off his injury. Chiefs, as tough as they are, and they still have the namesake, as you would look at it, this is still not a team that's anywhere close to what they've been in recent years. And they've done some stuff to try to, re-engineer but they lost more stuff this offseason. You lose a middle linebacker that's very important to your team. You lose both your starting cornerbacks. You lose your safety. These aren't guys that are, an OJ McDuffie. That's not a Woolen loss. It's not just you kind of like, oh yeah, we lost that, third corner off, like your two starting cornerbacks. Yes, losing both Job and Witherspoon essentially in an offseason. So that Chiefs game, one of 3 in a row that's on prime time for your Seattle Seahawks. So week 6, prime time, Thursday night, come back then on to the Chiefs there. It's Sunday night after the Thursday night game. And you get a little extra time there. And then what's nice there is after that Sunday night game, you do get that quasi short week sometimes when you have to come back and plan that week after that. But then you do get the Bears on Monday night. So you do get kind of that extra game for the Sunday night. Again, coming back to these get to stay at home. You got that 3 stack in a row there between the Chiefs, Bears, Cardinals. 2 tough games in there for sure, but then they are allowing you to stay at home in there on that. You are on prime time. The stadium's going to be lit, turned up to the nines. As much as this first little chunk of the schedule has some toughness to it, it also has got some stuff to it that also gives you some feeling of inroads in order to make some hay through this point of the schedule. And I think if you really have your sights set on trying to get the first round bye, I think last year you were saying, okay, you got to go and you're going to need to finish strong through to get that done. And it's not that you're not going to need to finish strong to get it done again this year, but you're going to need to make some of those wins stacked up here on the early point of the schedule. When you have the Cardinals twice, when you have the Raiders in there, when you've got a bunch of home games stacked up in alignment down the line there, you go into the bye after the Raiders, come back with 2 weeks to prepare for the 49ers and where they may be at, coming off of, where their schedule stands on this. The Cowboys on Monday Night Football, dun, 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 on week 13 for the Cowboys there. The Giants, 10 a.m., one of your 3 10 a.m. games there. Like getting them a little bit later with the Cowboys. That's going to be probably a pretty dangerous team this year. I'm not saying that I'm predicting them to go to the playoffs. I might eventually. But they are a team that has made some moves over the past couple of years to add more collective, solid talent rather than just being driven by the couple of stars that they might have. And they still have a couple of the stars in place that are able to get it done in that other way too. But they've done some interesting things the past couple of years. I think they've drafted really well, reinvested in the offensive line. That division's been bad for a while. They've kind of been down on their luck for a while, but this might be a year they're able actually to be pretty competitive and tough to deal with again, though you get to play that at home, which is nice to see. I think that's on the road. That might be off. I got to correct this graph in a couple of places. So I was trying to put this together right before we went live. We've got, I think the Giants game is actually at the Giants, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. I'd be off on that Giants one. We're getting the final details here. That Giants, love getting them later on in the year. The Malik Neighbors injury seems to be one that they just did a cleanup surgery. There doesn't seem anything bad in there, but it's going to take a little bit of time with that leg this year, it feels like, for him to get back into full bloom. And you already have Scatabo coming off an injury. You got Dart that got beat up pretty good last year. Does Dart last by this point of the season? Where's this Giants team at by that point of the season? Are they looking for maybe kind of in a sort of sub-tank mode? And the quarterback class that might exist here next year that might look pretty tasty to them, including maybe even a Manning. Just saying. Eagles on Saturday night. We'll see what you're going to get with them. Part of that, you're going to lose A.J. Brown, so this is going to be an Eagle-less team without A.J. Brown. They put Mekhi Lemon in there, and want to kind of quickly go through these teams, and we'll do a little bit more of looking in, I think, a little bit deeper into this stuff as we kind of go through the show today and discuss this stuff. But Eagles are definitely in a place where there's been some losses, some gains there. I think that this is another team just, while they're still going to be, by all measure, in position to probably win their division, there are some questions with that team that maybe haven't existed in all of the recent last couple of years. The Rams' last 2 games of the year, boy, the NFL, I think, is telling you something here with this one. And what I think that they're telling you is this. We think the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks are going to be really good again this upcoming season. That these are going to be 2 games that everybody's going to want to watch. We're going to probably flex that final Rams game out. We're going to flex that final Rams game out into prime time if it means anything. And we're counting these teams to be playing for something when it comes to that time of year. So First up, you get almost you get a little bit of that extra time here for the Rams in the first matchup because you're playing the Eagles on Saturday, week 15. Then you come back onto Christmas, which is going to be a Friday night into that next week, whereas the Rams are going to have to come off of playing on Sunday, I believe. I double check the Christmas schedule that I saw on that, but kind of interesting there. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Well, the Rams are on Thanksgiving, so they're not playing on the. Yeah. So they should be on the Sunday of that. I believe they're on that Sunday. So you're going to have a little bit of extra rest there for the Rams on that first matchup, which is kind of nice. And then you go to the Panthers at 10 a.m., and then you come back on the road to the Rams, finishing up with 2 road games at the end of the season. As it'll stand. So Rams us, end of the year, final game of the year. The table is kind of set up. We know it's probably going to come down to us and them once again. We know once again it's maybe possibly going to come down to once again the conference championship game. But it's a schedule that you look at it, the first snapshot as you take to your reaction to it and your first kind of sniff to it. Coming back to those parameters that I talked about earlier on this of what makes a good schedule. Miles traveled, you're down as low as you've been in probably 20 years on the miles traveled. Primetime games, up as many primetime games as you've had in recent memory. Short weeks, kind of few and far between. You don't even have the 2 Thursday night games that a lot of teams are going to have to suffer through this year with 2 weeks that'll be shortened. 2 weeks where they're going to have to turn things around really fast. Too fast, one could say. And you're not going to have to do that because partly you only have to do it once and you have the Wednesday night game opener. So you're sort of insulated from this. No gauntlets. You could say we have a couple of maybe mini gauntlets, but even those, as you saw with that first chunk of the one that I showed you here on the schedule, it's, the what would essentially be the Charger, 49er, Bronco, Chiefs, Bears run there, but only one of those games is on the road. Only one's on the road. So they're tough, but that's why I say they're almost more mini gauntlets than they're major gauntlets. They're certainly not back to what we played then, showing you one of the examples from a couple of years ago where you're just going, these opponents here, where you start out with Baltimore and Mike Macdonald's defense, and you're just getting, you're going through some rough foes. A lot of these games were also on short weeks. So it was not just the gauntlet factor, but it was also the factor that you're having to play on a short turnaround. 10 a.m. games. Only 2 to 3 here that was on my count. I got to get a confirmation on that final third one. I know the chat will help me out with that one. We'll get that fixed. Strength of schedule. Well, strength of schedule is all right. You've essentially got, if you want to boil it down here, I mean, we call this, on paper, the 1, 2, 3, the 11th toughest schedule in football, basically. I mean, that's not too daunting if you consider yourself not only a first place team, but the Super Bowl champion. And your first place schedule is the 11th hardest in the NFL. So you did pretty good there as well. Hard to shake a stick at that. And then the bye week at the right time. The final factor that I wanted to take a look at in this schedule and kind of in consideration. I don't know if it gets much better than week 11. Week 11 before that final mini gauntlet, where you have that final little stack of teams, and that gives you that final, let you take that breath, and then let's go get it. Let's go after this. So is it as easy a schedule as last year? No, but that easy schedule was for everybody in this division last year, including the 49ers and Rams, and they were able to feast off the back of it as we were. Is it a terribly harder schedule than last year? No, I don't believe so. I think the Commanders are going to still be in a bit of a state of flux where they stand right now. We're going to look at them a little bit more in depth in a second, but that's a team that has not necessarily gone and driven to all the answers this year to be able to turn things back around to where they had been a couple of years ago. I certainly think that Niners and Chargers remain difficult. 49ers, both those two teams kind of for similar reasons. Where can they stay healthy? Injuries have been kind of question marks with both those two teams. The Broncos will be tough. Certainly. I think the Bears are a team that's kind of going to be tough, but there's also an argument to be made that they're not as good as they were last year, and that maybe they get some steps coming forward from Loveland and Luther Burden there. Those guys really give them something, McGonaghy, the running back, goes and gives them something there. But, you also lost your center to retirement. You got a guy in Joe Thuney getting really old out there. DJ Moore moved on in trade. Jaquan Brisker moving on. Inside linebacker, you guys had to cut away a little bit for the contractual reasons. Didn't necessarily add another pass rusher. Kobe Bryant's a nice addition, but it's kind of like negligible to the Brisker loss, essentially. I mean, you might get a little bit of a better player there, but you boil it down there, and I don't think that they're necessarily a team that's going to be, on paper even, as strong as what they were last year. Cardinals, Raiders, obviously these are winnable games to me. And I spoke a little bit about the 49ers already and Cowboys, but Giants, again, team that Harbaugh first year, state of flux. He's going to be turning through that roster. He's a hard-ass coach. And so his tough ways are going to rub some on the roster, and he anticipates this, not in the best of ways. So he can clear out those guys that aren't his guys and get the guys in that are his guys. But I'd estimate by the time you get to the depths of the season with this, that's a team that's probably, in that sort of clearinghouse mode a little bit from where they stand. You guys let me know, though. I want to have a great discussion with you guys today on this and see where you guys stand on this schedule and kind of what you're pulling away from it and what you guys sort of think. It's one to me that I think set up really well. The NFL didn't do us any disservice, did us a lot of favors. If you're talking about asking for a schedule that could be as good as you could possibly want for being the first place schedule and Super Bowl winning, team, it's about as good as it can get. And that you have all these games in a winnable place on this schedule. And that gets me very, very encouraged for next year. I love how this thing is set up, and Seattle can kind of really, I think, navigate this in a nice fashion to where just you don't have to load up for any one part. You can just kind of roll through the schedule as you do and let it roll. Let's see where you guys are at. If you got a question for me, Hawks Nest, Beat, Brando, just let me know on that. Or you want me to reply to one of your comments, I'm happy to do so. Let's do some discussion here, though. I'll keep the schedule up here as we talk here. Megan, what's up in the house? How you doing, Megan? It's good to see you. I love that emoji there, Megan. That's great. 51 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Megan. And members, we're going to get a call and show out to you guys here shortly, hopefully in the next week or so. So be on the lookout for that. Love to hear your guys' thoughts on this off season and just get some feedback and just chop it up with y'all. She says, let's go back to back. Bring on September.
The power of the dark side.
They still don't know about the power of the dark side. I'm telling you, they don't. They don't know, Megan. Let's go. Bring it on, though. Patriots, first game right out the bump. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll take those guys right on deck. I like that as an opening matchup. Vrabel having the offseason he's having. Trying to bring in Brown and get him acclimated with Drake May. And I mean, it might work perfect. Those guys might just be a match made in heaven, but we'll see. We'll see. Thank you for your long time support, Megan, as well as being our main mod in the channel. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Arda Levy with a $20 drop. Thank you for that, Arda Levy. Appreciate you. Very kind of you, brother. I mostly like this schedule, other than the very end. I'm excited to see we pulled the division rival for my first ever home game week 5. Just wish the league had given me the traitorous Rams, but I'll settle for the Niners. I love it, man. And it's a tough schedule at the end. I mean, it is what it is as we would say with that, where if you're playing that Rams team twice, that might be the toughest team you play in your schedule, and you got to play them 2 or 3 times at the end. But the good news about that is that, they kind of have to say the same thing. And, when I do think about the little advantages you do or do not get as you get to that place and point in the season, one of the things that I go to in my mind and thinking about this, DeLevy, is it's a bit like I talked about with the 49ers last year, where when you have a roster that is a little older, and I don't think the Rams are in the same place the 49ers are, where there's just a lot of age, a lot of injury history, a lot of lack of reason to believe that, that this thing's going to hold up for a full NFL season. But with that said, you do have some guys that have, some age on them coming this year from the Rams perspective, especially at key positions that you don't really have necessarily a ready-made replacement for, like a Devontae Adams. Devontae has another hamstring injury at the time of year that he did last year in the same kind of way. What does that do to the receiving core and their options there? And is he still able to be very close to almost not prime like Devontae Adams, but still at times, a difference maker, especially in the red zone, as he was last year. And Stafford, where he's at, we'll see on that. I think that's definitely up for question to me. And I remember thinking about this and mentioning this last year, DeLevy with the 49ers and getting him in the week one going, man, I really wanted the week one's not when I want to face this team that's really strong, but then has that age. But I think it'll show up by the end of the year, and then they're a little bit diminished. And then that's what played out. By the time we played the 49ers twice at the end of the year, they were supremely diminished. And again, I don't expect the Rams to be to the same level of degree in that way, DeLevy, but I would say that you have a decent opportunity. You can see there being a decent chance that it does play out that way. One injury here, one injury there to certain type of players that are very, very important and they don't have necessarily replacements for. And that's the thing with the Rams team is a lot of people get caught up on the front line guys they've got. I don't think they as much kind of pay attention at all times to like where the depth is at. Like take a look at where our 4 edge rushers are at right now, both from quality to depth. And then, match that up to what the Rams are doing. They're kind of rolling with the front line guys to carry the load. And Verse and Young can do that. Don't get me wrong. But at the same point in time, you saw at the end of last year that even those young players now, because you don't have the depth, take on probably too many snaps down the stretch and too many snaps in playoff games where you're just trying to survive and live, like that Panther game for the Rams. And I think we might get that benefit there with the Rams at that point there, DeLevy. But it's going to be a fun one there, man. Week 5 at home, 49ers. They're going to be in, they should be in reasonably good health at that point, no matter where the age is at that roster. And they've made some interesting moves this offseason. Bringing Osa in there for the defensive tackle position. They've kind of slowly reinforced the defensive tackle position the last couple of years in a nice fashion. Michael Williams will probably be back from his ACL by that point. Bosa's back from his ACL by that point. Probably very close to being ready to roll full go. Certainly Fred Warner's in the fold at that point. So you're going to get a strong team from them. They brought back that linebacker, man. It's going to be a good game, bro. I know you'll be screaming your lungs out, but thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you. Very kind. I like the schedule, man. This schedule could have been done dirty in a lot of other different ways. And instead you're able to come out of this with, these Bronco, Chiefs, Bears, Cowboys. These are all possible 10 a.m. games on paper if they're going to play them at the normal times. But putting them on prime time turns this helpful for Seattle. And again, Seattle Seahawks record in primetime games in their entire history, 73-42-1, almost 64% winning percentage on primetime. And if I broke that down, I feel like by decade, I think we'd have almost every decade with a winning record, by the way, meaning it wasn't just like souped up during the Carroll years, for instance. Food for thought. Oh, yeah. Megan coming in with a $50 donation drop. Let's go, Megan. Let's go. Y'all are so kind. And you especially in there, Megan. Thank you for all of your support. The channel. Much, much appreciated. Hope you're having a good one out there. Love what I've seen from this timetable. I'm thinking maybe 3 to 4 losses. But on the whole, and the bye week will work perfectly, in my opinion. Back-to-back is a very real possibility now. Bring on September, and let's effing go, Hawks. Hey, let's effing go, Megan. And I'm with it. As I broke down through there, you just go feel good about it. The details and items that I'd want in consideration about what makes or breaks a schedule or makes one piss poor or one you feel like you can go out there and eat. And I can see it being sort of back into that kind of 3 to 4 loss place too. You can see we're a Bronco game Thursday night, short week. Okay, a little tough in there. One of those gauntlet games at the end of the year. And, maybe you split one in there with the Rams and maybe you split one in there with the 49ers. Still come out of there 13-4, and if you're coming out there 13-4 to me still at that point, you're probably there with the number 1 bye at that point. So I see it similar to you. And love the bye week 11. Like that's that perfect time where if you think about it, you've gone through all of training camp. You've gone through almost 3/4 of the schedule at that point. Body's tired and beat up there. Getting that in there just at that point to kind of load up for that last part of that hard schedule. Very nice. Give Seattle a chance to really kind of plan in there and really, tactically kind of set things up, with where their injury situation will be at, the snap rotation situation, especially because you may have an opportunity there before that bye week, Megan, as you can see there with the Cardinals and the Raiders, to where, both the Cardinals and the Raiders are kind of what we think they're going to be next year. Well, maybe you were able to kind of, hey, we've got a guy on the line and he's a little beat up, but he could play, but we think we can get the job done against the Cardinals this week and the Raiders next week and just let him rest. And then he gets the bye week and then he can come back by that 49er game fresh, healthy, ready to go. And you have a couple guys maybe like that. And that's a way of managing that's kind of an underrated part of what you got to do through the schedule on some of these injuries. And some teams, I think, are pushed to get guys out faster, in the name of trying to get those wins, in the name of urgency, in the name of, if we don't have you out there and playing, we ain't winning this game and we're not in the playoffs anyway. So what's the difference on this risk versus you who get to say, hey, we think we can take this team down without having to be at the full height of our powers to get it done. Megan, you're awesome though. Thank you for all of your support. Very kind of you with the $50 drop. Appreciate you so much. Hope you're doing good down there. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, time for a new pope. If you know, you know. Hey, last 3 new popes that have been named, when that has occurred, going back to 2005, the Seattle Seahawks have gone to the Super Bowl and won now 2 of them. So, am I saying God is ordaining the Seahawks at times in their Super Bowl success? No, I would never speak for the Lord. But am I saying that there's a possibility that exists that might be the case? I'm not a statistician, but I think they would throw like some pretty heavy numbers my direction when I asked them, what's the chances of that, Doc? They'd be like, well, that's going to break my calculator. Only God can break a calculator. Only God. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. Appreciate you. Jeffrey, come with a couple donos. Jeffrey, you're the man. Appreciate you, brother. The Charger game will be very interesting. They should be healthy and rolling at that point. Why did they stack 2 Ram games at the end of the season? BS. Oh, okay. So we're getting a little bit of discontent with the Rams game, but the 2 Rams games at the end. I was kind of digging it myself. Cat here. Gosh, thanks. Charger game will be an interesting one. They're a team that have not exactly taken things over the top as far as the personnel moves. And I think that when you look at the Chargers, what you probably say about them is that they're a team that their biggest addition has been not a player, but a coach, and that they brought in, I can't get my stupid head out of the way here. Gotta make it smaller. Boom. You got guys coming back from injury. Rashawn Slade and Joe Alt, the 2 tackles. That's the notable thing there. They're hoping to bring in Cole Strange. For some reason, teams just never wanted to put Cole Strange at center. I don't understand that. But you could, I think, and then they've got these dumb teams, man. I don't get it. So the Chargers are going to try the same thing that the Raiders are sort of going to be trying, I guess. Jake Slaughter should be a center. Is going to be their starting left guard. We know that he's probably going to beat out Trevor Penning because Penning didn't work at tackle and hasn't worked at guard either. They've got some interesting receivers. Can Trey Harris come back here too? Build upon what was an okay rookie year. Quentin Johnston finally seemed to get some productivity from him last year. Lav McConkey's really steady first down maker, third down, and he's going to be the guy that they go into target. Mari Hampton had an injury last year, held him back. Defense is really interesting for them. When you look at it, they've got some players. Tara Tart's solid. Tomlinson's solid. Tulioppo's really developed as a pass rusher. Loved Henley coming out of Wazoo, and he's proven to still be a very good player. Perryman's lasted forever. Max, similar. Both guys pretty long in the tooth. A little bit of an older defense in certain spots here from this team. But you got Derwin James still out there. Cam Hart's pretty steady. So it's a defense that's, I think it's going to be fun to see, what Harbaugh allows, truly allows in McDaniel, and if he lets him run his playbook kind of in full, or if he's really kind of on his shoulder, like you're going to run the ball. But it's interesting because it's a matchup where you have two teams that have a defense that's set up the very same and how they run things. And then both offenses are outside zone, and they're both Shanahan outside zone. I think we're going to see some notable differences with, the crazy amount of usage by Mike McDaniel of pre-snap and post-snap motion. But it'll be a fun game, man. It'll be a fun game as kind of a measuring stick game, and I like that you're going to get to play that at home. It's kind of beneficial there with that. Rams at the end of the season, I'm not as down on that one myself, Jeffrey. I mean, it's maybe nice to have more spread out. I think that the NFL is a little bit worried, as I was saying before on this too, where the NFL, I think, is telling you by putting the Rams at the end of the season with us twice and us with them twice that we think these are probably once again going to be two of the teams that are the two of not only the best teams in the division, but within the conference. Hell, maybe the NFL. And if that's the case, then we want those two matchups with all eyeballs on them. We don't want to bury one into week 7 of an NFL season just randomly. And so I can get where the NFL is coming from on that, because I think that there isn't a way of looking at especially the NFC conference and just kind of concentrating on that and going, okay, let's all look at this. Who significantly got better? And I'm not talking about the big free agent signings, by the way. I'm just talking about, you can look down the alignment of what they did throughout the offseason. You're just like, your head's nodding. And you're like, that's how you kind of carve together an offseason where you can turn things into that next step in a major way. So sort of like we did last year with the moving off of a Geno and DK and Tyler, and what you turned around draft capital wise and hitting those draft picks, and how you then spent your money to Cooper Kupp and to Sam Darnold. And what is that team that did that this offseason? Where has he a reasonable facsimile of having done that this offseason? I can't really find it. You see those teams like the Bears that exist on our schedule that you would go, well, that's a team coming this offseason where you go, man, they're ready to take the next step next year. Won't be any surprise at all if they're the team representing the Super Bowl after next year. They're on that rise. They're on that climb. But then you kind of, I think even if you're a Bear fan, have to feel a little bit like you've taken a step back by how things stand, where your roster's at right now, where it was versus last season. And maybe Loveland just emerges to become just that dude so good. And the same thing with like a Luther Burden and Roma Dunze, that these guys become those guys. Could be, but it is a little bit of projection. It's less of like, well, this is what we had last year, and now this is what we have this year. And so Bears are kind of similar to me on a lot of these teams that you look out through. Like Detroit. What did Detroit do? Not that we play them, but as a team that's a true threat in this conference. And I say that I'm bringing all this up for the sake of kind of illustrating that the NFL looks at that and they look at the conference and they're like, yeah, we've got still the NFC South, which, every team is in it and no team is kind of in it in sort of both ways. I've got the East where the Eagles seem to have the thing on lock unless the Cowboys can finally get their head out of their ass, but it seems like a yearly occurrence that they're going to stuff that thing in as hard as they can push it. And then you do have the North, which is very respectable, maybe the toughest division in football, but even all of those teams kind of have some sort of questions in there, and, you're not playing the Packers. You're not playing, but Detroit, for instance, which would have maybe been 2 games you put at the end, Jeffrey, in consideration for how you kind of put this together. So I get why the NFL did it. And I think it's a nod. It's a tip of the cap to how good these two particular teams are coming in this NFL season where things sort of stand. And so, stuff's subject to change, but I don't think that people can make a real good argument as to why they would with either of these two teams as it stands. That there's much more of a likely case that it's going to play out in a similar fashion to how it played out last year. Jeffrey, thank you for another $2 donation. Says Cards do only win 4 games, quarterback and play for them. Yeah. Oh yeah. They'll come back and they'll draft quarterbacks multiple years. Just because they got back doesn't mean that that's where they're going to be sitting. And in fact, I think that going for a quarterback next year is going to be very high on their list. So, they've done a good job though of as much leaning into the tank as you could ask them to do so. You didn't sign a stupid contract. You didn't act like you were going to be a competitive team next year. You have a new coach coming in. They did the smart thing I always say teams need to do, Jeffrey, which is identify where you're standing as far as your organization and make your decisions thusly. And if you're in a rebuilding mode, which I think that Cardinals would love to believe that they're in ascending mode rather than purgatory. No, we're not in purgatory. We're in ascending. I would argue, you're more in rebuild mode. So operate from that fashion. And I think they did for the most part. I can nitpick on some things they did this offseason here and there, but when it comes to the Cardinals and taking the long-term approach view this offseason, they did do that. And to your point, quarterback is probably what's in their crosshairs here for next year. And they're thinking, we're going to get this line into reasonably good shape. We're going to have our receiver set. We've got a running back in place for him. We've got his tight end. Defense has got some parts that are coming along. He's going to be well set up to have some success coming in here, whoever we're going to look to target. I get what they're doing. Not the worst of ways to go. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Cards get the Manning boy. Does that make him scary? I was looking at some Manning tape last night. Starting to get back into, I'm already starting to open up some of the scouting reports for next year here, Jeffrey, and looking at some of these prospects. And Manning, of course, is one I'm going to get asked a lot about. And there are some really cool things about Manning. There are things about Manning that are very much lineage based and have a lot of sort of combo elements in there. Like he's got that scrambling of his grandfather Arch as far as just the feel in the pocket and the understanding of how to escape, maybe sometimes a little bit too much, where he wants to lean into it a little bit too much, but he's got the legit speed for the position to where he can get away with doing it too. He's not one of those quarterbacks that, like Baker was like this in Oklahoma, where he thought he was quicker and faster than he really was, and then tried to start to do that at the pro level when he got to the pros, Jeffrey, and it was like, yeah, you're going to get caught. So he does have that quick release, really good accuracy, can throw with anticipation. I think the arm strength is fine. It's not bad by any measure. I don't know if it's next level. He can improvise, playoff script, throw on the run. He's certainly going to be well worn into being probably a first round pick. I would like to see another year of him starting to kind of get fully confirmed with that, especially with some of how it was with him at the start last year. But yeah, it would make him better. It makes him better than the quarterback situation as it currently stands for them on that team with what they have in house. So I think the tough part about this is going to be, Jeffrey, from a Cardinal perspective on this, is that, might be 2 wins get you into getting that number one pick. But going back to it, like I was showing on that graph, they've got arguably maybe the toughest schedule in all of football next year. And that does not lend itself well to them getting into that 5-6 win territory where now they're out of the, they're too far out to not get those quarterbacks. Even if there's 3 or 4 of them in the draft, all those guys end up getting taken really early on. And I think that's going to be how it plays out next year. Probably. I mean, there are a couple of players that are going to be in play to kind of supersede this. Like a Jeremiah Smith, for instance, will potentially maybe supersede that, where teams are like, yeah, we'll overlook our quarterback role because this guy's going to be so good. But yeah, he'd make them definitely scarier. He's not necessarily, there's no way that he becomes generational in his prospect valuation with Arch though. Right. So he's like solid first round kind of prospect guy, but I don't know if I would say it'd be interesting to go through as a practice, Jeffrey, and try to rank where I would have him on my list of recent quarterback prospects that have come out in the first round, the ones that have had first round rated, but he's probably going to be deserving of it, and he does make them better. Got a cat here. 1 second, folks. All right, 1 second here. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $2 donation, Jay. I hear Niner practices are electric. Yeah, it's been very amusing to me to watch, and content creators have got to do this, I guess, to a degree. I can't find myself willing to do it. I don't think we have many Seahawks content creators that are really doing this, which is like, this guy in rookie minicamp was just unbelievable, and it's just like what are we doing? They're running in pads, they're not hitting, they're running against air, they're not covering. There's rules in place that they can't go They have to go very soft in many ways. You got to not take much away from rookie mini camps. It's cool if guys look good and, they move well. And, you look at Jadarian Price and you can see he, moves really well and he looks explosive and runs well behind his pads as far as his running style, which matches to what you get from him on tape, which is very encouraging for a guy a little bit, longer legged as he can kind of be in that way. But yeah, it does get a little bit overstated, Jay, with that stuff where you see the people just trying to hype this stuff up in these practices. And it's like, it's false hype for sure. It's them gassing people up. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 donation. Niners need to build medical unit by the stadium, perhaps an old folks home so their key players can be comfortable between games. Can they do can you build like a Faraday cage wall between the substation and the practice field? Would that work? It would be kind of ironic. They have to build wall. I would just say that maybe that's the answer, that's the compromise, Jeffrey, is you can't move the practice field, can't move the stadium, can't move the substation. Let's just put a big old wall between it. That'll work. Those doctors are getting their work in down there in San Fran, or up there in San Fran, I should say, Jeffrey. But when you build an old roster with really old players, when you build a really old roster with really old players who've got a very rich injury history, you can't stand there gobsmacked in week 10 when you've got 4 of them sitting on a gurney, which is kind of what the Niners seem to do every year. And they seem to be walking into it again this year as much of an extreme example of that as we've seen in recent times. Trent Williams, another year. Okay. You're bringing back Dre Greenlaw, Bosa after another ACL, which you have to do it, I guess. But, okay, you're relying on that being the centerpiece of your pass rush with a guy coming off of his, third ACL of his career. McCaffrey after 450 touches last year. Ricky Pearsall, who can't stay healthy. Mike Evans now at his age, who has been always seemingly kind of banged up even in the best of times and played through it. But how much can you hope to get from him now at his age and where he's at? And there's a bit of a disconnect there as far as the Niners organizationally and understanding. You're at the end of your Super Bowl run. You're trying to max it out. You're trying to get that one more run, last dance. But at the same point in time, you're doing it in a direction that has had a pretty strong historical basis of failing, no matter the talent level that you're supplying. Old teams just don't last. Not in a league now that has the 2 Thursday night games and, 2 17 game seasons. And I don't know. I just don't know. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. She says, it's been far too long since we've heard Mr. Cosell's voice. What does Howard Cosell think about all of this? I will start first, Megan, Gok, Roger, with the most notable part of this schedule. Everyone likes to say that nobody wants to see the Seattle Seahawks on primetime TV, that nobody wants to take notice of that team that locked their way into Super Bowl history. Well, I say, look now at what the NFL has forsaken upon the national stage. A venerable buffet of Seattle Seahawks primetime games. It just goes to show you, everybody worldwide wants to see the pernicious Seattle Seahawks back once again in the Super Bowl. Gotta bring back a little bit of Cosell every once in a while. He's hyped for it, though. It's a very favorable schedule for a very respected team. The NFL has certainly done Seattle beautifully. Appreciate you, Megan. True Dad to the Blue. Thank you for the $5 donation. NFC West Roundtable meetup game potentially in Seattle. Go Hawks. I've been so lost in just trying to like figure this schedule out. I hadn't even thought about when the meetup date will be. So my guess is going to be that they're going to probably try to schedule it for early on in the year. And that if I was to make a big guess on this one, I would say that you're probably going to be looking at week 5 49er game. True Dat will probably be the one that's the roundtable game. If it's not that, then it would be the Rams game at home later on in the year. But for those not aware, last year we got the NFC West roundtable that I do every week, and it does really well. It's been doing great. We just I think we're right on the edge of passing 10,000 subscribers over there. But we did a live meet and greet last year, Niners and Rams in LA, and this year I've been working the people in the background here. I've been working them to get a remote session in here for the not a remote session, but we're going to go to the game and do a meetup and meet up before and all that good stuff. For this year for Seattle game. So I'll be up for one of the Seattle Seahawks games hopefully here. And I would guess 49er or the Rams one will be the one of the two. Will be the two that I'd probably highlight. And I don't think they'll do the Cardinal game week 2, but probably the 49er game there week 5 would be the one that, if I was a betting man, that'll be the one that they probably lock in on their True Dat. But I will let you guys know and give you guys details on if you want to be a part of that event, what's going on with it, how it's going to break down, and all the good details. Industry Worth in the house. How you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you for the $1 super sticker. Appreciate you. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. B, we know Jesus is a Hawks fan. He had 12 men. Well, I mean, I don't like to speak for the greater higher power, but I'm just saying that the signs are there. He did tell us that the signs would be there. You shall see the signs. I'm seeing signs. Jeffrey mentioned it. It's like statistically improbable. There's probably a greater chance that you'd be in a plane crash and then eaten by a shark, then survive through the digestion process through the shark, and then were rescued. Like there's a greater chance of that than us getting the Super Bowl the last 3 times a new pope has been named. It's literally, it feels like a wink, Megan, It feels like a little wink to me. Just saying, I agree. Sandman in the house. What's up, Sandman? Thank you for the $2 dono. Which games can you see us losing? First look at it. At first blush, I do think you're looking at probably 4 losses on the schedule. It's being pretty reasonable, I think, to look at it and say that. I think that those losses to me, first, the one that stands out is going to be that Bronco game is a tough one. I mean, Thursday night in Mile High, thin air, short week, travel. That one looks a little bit tough to me. So I would probably put that one as one of the first ones that jumped out notably. I think you split with the Rams. I don't know if it's going to be, you win in their house, they win in your house, you win in your house, they win in their house, but it feels like kind of splitish to me. So there's 2 right there I would throw into. I am driven a little bit to think that maybe there'll be a split with the 49ers, but I don't know if they'll be as strong into week 12. And I think your home field advantage in week 5 is going to be very nice. So I don't know if I'm as much believing that you're going to split with them, but there's a little bit of maybe wouldn't shock you to see the split there. I think the Eagle game's got a chance to be another one that's probably real tough on the road. Not going to be an early game, I don't think, at 10 a.m. So you're going to get that thing at least in the afternoon to evening. But it is Philadelphia late. I'm kind of thinking this out loud. I'm thinking it out loud here, Sandman. So I'm going to land at 4 losses, 1 from the Rams, one from the I'm spacing my dumb ass out here. 1 from the Broncos, so we'll take that one there. And you're going to probably lose one in there at home at some place there. So let's go Chargers as number 3. And we'll go Eagles with the 4th. Those will be my 4, Sam, man. But I do think you got 13 wins on this schedule. I do think that. It's a great question. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, B, I do not care. We play who we play, back-to-back champs.
We did not care.
That's right. That's right. We do not care. It don't matter. It don't matter. Whoever. Hell, put 2 up against us. We'll go back-to-back. We'll just stack them. Mungles, thank you for the 15 months. Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. Appreciate you. Love the Clint Kubiak series. Well, thank you for that, Mungles. If you guys haven't had a chance, we're doing kind of a little bit of some funny humor stuff, a little bit of having some fun in the offseason a little bit. I'm releasing the Year of Kubiak series. So the first 2 episodes have just dropped. Released a little second one a couple days ago. I'm getting hard to work here on the third one. I'm hoping to have that out to you guys relatively soon. Give me some time on that one. But I'm having a lot of fun with it, hoping to kind of inject some of this different type of content into the channel. You know, it's just kind of a varied thing that's kind of fun to put together, and I get to scratch the creative itch that I have at times on that. But you guys have been really cool on the positive feedback. You guys seem to be really enjoying it, which I love to see, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. So appreciate you for that, Mungles. Thank you for the 15 months, Hawks Nest member, and more Clint to come. We got at least 3 more episodes left remaining of the series here. I think you guys will like what's coming too. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation. Week 1. So you came back for more belt. Don't run. Yeah, that's right. And hard to see them necessarily finding a solution here into just one off season. As far as maybe AJ Brown becomes that great factor, you know, and the Patriots have reset a little bit of their receiving core, so you got to give them credit for that. But I don't know that they're going to be significantly a different team than the one that you got to play in the Super Bowl, and you're getting to play this game at home. And I think that does set you up for a good place. That Will Campbell is still slated to be the left tackle. His short arms still are not going to fit well going up against DeMarcus Lawrence's and Derek Hall's. Like, that still remains a thing. They got Wilson finally playing center and Vera Tucker playing left guard. So, I mean, that's kind of their one spot that they hoped were going to improve their offensive line. And instead, they're bringing in A.J. Brown to hopefully, with Romeo Doubs, I think, be 2 different receivers that take their receiving core in a different direction. And maybe there's a fair point to be said that could happen with that. But defensively, you added Draymond Jones. I mean, that's it. I guess they brought Kevin Byard in. So he's been a good free safety, but he's getting old. Man, the Bears lost their whole second. The Bears lost so much. I didn't realize they'd lost Byard. We'll see with it. You know, with that, I think that they're still going to be a solid team next year. They got a hellacious schedule to do the Patriots, but one of the things I wanted to look at too is I can just look it up right now. Team that won the Super Bowl. See if it gives me the data. Kind of interesting question I wanted to ask Ethan was NFL history wise, you know, it's not giving me the data. It's not giving me the correct data here, I don't think. I'll have to do a little bit more of a deeper dive. Some references. We got Cowboys beat the Bills, came back, played them week 2 and won the next year. Packers 97 beat the Patriots, came back, beat them week 1, but I know that there's more. I thought it's happened a variety of times, but it's telling me it's only happened a couple times. Appreciate you, Ethan. Hope you're having a good one, man. Nolan, thanks for the $5. Love everything, but the 2 late Ram games so close to each other, 8-2 or 9-1 at the bye. 13 or 14 win season incoming. Yeah, it does. That's where we come back to probable split territory between those games, and some of it's just going to depend when you get that late in the season. I mean, there's the prognostications you do early in the year, I think, are pretty solid ground to be on, because even if there's a couple of injuries, it's not enough to tilt the whole thing in a direction that's different from an outlook of the way that the game should go. But with that being said as well, when you get to late season, it's kind of different. And then now the injuries have come in, and, you know, some young players have been played well and some haven't played well, and some teams have fallen off. And, you know, all of that kind of comes into play at that point. And I'm not expecting with the Rams or Hawks to have that be either the case, but it does kind of mean, to me, it's a little bit of a, yeah, you can see where just you get the mix between the two. You know, one win, one loss there on that one does, you know, make a lot of sense. Kind of as it happened last year, probably two very close games. But I'm the same place, man. 13 to 14 wins. Feels about right. I think 14 is going to be hard to get because this is a little bit of a tougher schedule from last year. And last year was a very easy schedule. But I think 13 certainly, with a very strong team and an opportunity to just have this nice and evenly spread out. Nothing made too hard for too quick of a run. Not really any major short weeks aside from the 49ers to the Bronco game. And that's one of the reasons that I've got the Broncos as being a loss. You're coming off the Niner, you know, rivalry game week 5. You're tuned up for that. Now you got to come around on a short week to go play the Broncos out there in Mile High. I mean, that's kind of, to me, one of the toughest spots there on the schedule, if not the toughest. But there's some spots that are well suited to set up for you as well, especially that end year run. I'm looking at that sort of Cardinal Raider bye. Boom, here comes that strength of the schedule, but you've gotten a chance to like load up your punch for that point. You know, you're not in the midst of some attritional point at that point where you've just been grinding and fighting every last inch. Maybe you've had a couple of comfortable wins there to kind of set yourself up, and then with the bye to really rest up, to be at your best in those games down the stretch when you need them. And maybe the Rams aren't going to have that same opportunity to do so. I wasn't able to quite locate the Rams schedule. The Warhammer guy, thank you for the $5 donation. So looking forward to humbling the arrogant Rams. As far as I'm concerned, I hate them more than the Niners. At this point with the Niners, it's just sad. Yes, it is a little bit sad watching the Niners because they are just kind of running out of gas. And, you know, you're seeing them run the same strat out, and you're going, okay, I know this is not one that's probably likely to be successful. It's not that it can't be, but just the chances of it are very small. And they don't feel like they're doing everything at every turn as, you know, smart as they can be. I think the Rams are doing a lot more things smarter at certain turns, especially how they're spending their money. But then you do have the Rams, like you're saying, the arrogance, the ego, the hubris that does seem to have emerged from the Rams fan base, which it's kind of felt newly developed here. Like that this thing has just kind of come up to be in the last 2 years. And maybe it's because we're a threat now. You know, maybe before we were the cute pat them on the head and you're like, oh, that's good. You keep trying, you know, so it's not a threat. So you don't feel the need to spout off and feel yourself. But yeah, the Rams fans almost acting like they won the Super Bowl last year. It's like, yo, technically you guys won it. Okay. Yeah. Technically you had to play us a third time to really, really win it. Okay. Yes, you do have the trophy in your case. Technically it resides in Seattle, but we all know spiritually, the 2025 season's NFL Lombardi, it's right next to our other ones here in LA. Like we all know that, right? Like technically, yes, by reality, by like, if you want to use matter, you know, if you want to like be able to actually touch real things, okay, you want tangibility? Sure. You guys are technically the champions, but yeah, they've operated with this like, hey, what are you guys doing? They're in a speck of humble I'm sensing off you guys. And I love it. As I've said many times, within their ego and within their hubris on this is a team that didn't pay attention to why they fell short last year. They think it's luck. They think it's fluke. They think that this was play this season 100 times and we only have one season that goes this way. And the 99 other ones always go with us raising the Lombardi trophy. We'll see if y'all are right, but it does feel sort of hubrisy to me. It does feel a little bit of like the pride goeth before the fall. Just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. John Naylor, Thank you for $2 donation. Back-to-back $2 donation. It says 49ers Dr. Frankenstein's Substation Lab. They got to find a way to harness the power of it, you know? Then they put the players like little solenoids individually, like Captain America style, you know? And then they come out and it's like smoke and it's gotten them all super jacked up. I feel like those eggheads out there in Silicon Valley should be able to figure that out. John says Kyle is Dr. Frankenstein bringing McCaffrey back to life. He's alive. One more touch. One more touch, Christian. I can't do it anymore. I can't take any more touches. One more touch. One more carry. Come on. You look so good doing it. Just one more. I've already had 432. I know. But you still look good. Look at all the bruises. Look at my body. I know, but those are just aesthetic. No, I'm in pain. I'm in pain. You're my monster. Mongols, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the schedule video we put out is amazing. Let's go. I'll have to check that thing out. I'm stoked. I was liking when the teams put in a little bit of like, you know, extra stuff into the schedule release. Some teams have been very creative with it. It's been very interesting. Some teams get a little in trouble with it. I got to take them down quick, you know. So when they get a little bit too spicy with it, you know, which come on, let's have some fun with this, you know, let them keep it up. Let them keep it up. Concierge with Nolan. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, will the Stadium AV play Dirty Diana week 1? He should after every Hawk touchdown. Dirty Diana. And then the spike. There's a lot of ways you could be trolling Vrabel on this. And there's going to be teams that have no doubt going to do that at some point this year where it can be very subtle while also very, very notably, you know what the hell you're doing thing. Where it's like, yeah, that's where everyone's going to know that what this is. Like, well, we're just play Michael Jackson, man. Everybody likes Michael Jackson. What? What's wrong with Michael? You hate Michael? Are you going to say you hate Michael? Why that Michael one? Why not Beat It? Why not Thriller? Well, just, it's the guitar riff, dude. Just, I like the guitar riff a lot. Yeah, that's it. I like the guitar riff. Hopefully they got something cooked up. And, we'll see what goes on here with Vrabel. This thing has just been like one that has been, I don't like to jump in the waters of it because it's been way played out, but oh my gosh, just feels like there's just like a vice, just a little more pressure every week, kind of just a little more, just let's pull a little tighter, you know, like that guy in Casino with his head in the vice and Pesci's just like, give me the thing. Give me the thing. No, I won't do it. It's a little bit like that. I don't know if I think he's still going to be week 1 coach. I do. I don't think they're going to fire him, but whoa, there's a lot of push. There's a lot of push out there. Appreciate you guys watching today. If you can for me, and thank you for all those donations. Just got through all of them there, but thank you for all those donations, you guys. You are amazing as ever. And I did want to spend a moment, if I could, thanking the sponsor of my show here. And the sponsor of the show is, of course, one second. Let me get my banners right. Appreciate you, Nolan. You're awesome, brother. Thank you so much. Sponsor of the show is Prize Picks. Prize Picks, of course, sponsoring yours truly here throughout the next course of this year. Very kind to do so. And when you use my code HMA, they will put $50 into your account when you do a $5 lineup. They've got basketball, playoffs, full swing, baseball going. You want to put a combined ticket together, get your daily fantasy, and you get it right now. Use my code HMA. Get that $50 in there. You can do the seasonal picks. I've got some interesting ones up here myself right now. We're looking at, we got Jackson Smith over 1,324 yards on the year. Jacoby Myers over 749 yards on the season. Just 2 of my picks. Jadarian Price also over 749 for rushing yards. I think these are some really good selections to jump in on, and ones that are likely to land. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. It is available in most states, though. In, of course, state of Washington is still kind of getting through the process of becoming available. If you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the PrizePick app in full. Use PrizePicks today. Put your sports knowledge to the test, but always do remember to gamble responsibly. And thank you guys for utilizing that code. Appreciate you guys watching today. And again, if you could for me, hit that like button. Helps out the channel majorly by you guys doing so. Got a question for me? B. Brando, Hawksnest, HN. Just we always have a lot of internal chat, so it gives me a chance to kind of just pick out what you guys want me to respond to or discuss or talk about. So just post in that way if you can. Addicted is Bo Nix healthy? Always thought it was a bummer. Got hurt in March playoff. Reportedly, there was like 7, 8, 9 ankle surgeries that became a big kerfuffle with the Denver organization, and specifically between Peyton and Nix. It didn't seem that Peyton was as aware of those surgeries that had occurred prior to Bo Nix coming to the team. So we'll see if it is going to continue to be a problem for him or not. But that's a lot of surgeries. I will say that. It's not a small amount. Joe Wilson, thank you for the $2 donation. Let's go wins and losses and predict a record. Yeah, man, I got you on that. Thank you for the dono. Kind of was talking it through a second ago, so I think I've kind of finalized on an initial point with this, Joe, like where I feel at, like, all right, this. So I would go. Patriots is a win on the road on the worst first game of the year. Got some extra time to prepare for the Cardinals. That's a win. I don't buy what the Commanders have done to be able to get themselves back to a place where I think they're even going to be a playoff team this year. So I think you start out 3-0. Charger game is where I would put the first loss of the season. I think that the offensive line will be at least in good enough help by that point. I think McDaniel is going to help out that offense significantly. There's a night and day difference between McDaniel and Roman. As the offensive coordinator that was there prior, I think there were the Chargers. I think he's going to do a really good job. I think you get a win at home against the 49ers week 5. Broncos then becomes your next loss of the year. In week 6, you're on a short week. You're going from playing the Niners, a division rival, to this game. Just kind of feels like it's a ripe game, mile high, thin air, hard to breathe, body tired. Kind of feels like a game that you could see as being a loss. Chiefs week 7, certainly going to be a tough matchup, but you love being able to play this at home versus having to play this at Arrowhead. So I do give the win to Seattle on this one. Bears as well on Monday night, again at home, again Monday Night Football. I was mentioning earlier here on this show that Seattle's historically has had a really great record in primetime games as far as their their history goes. And that 63% winning percentage, I think, is going to certainly continue to carry over next year for a team that's going to be a very good football team. Like that record's been that way even on years where you've been bad, you've been yet good in primetime games. But when you're really good, should still be even that much better in primetime. The stadium's off the hook. So I do see the Bears game as a win. So you're through 8 weeks of the season. I just have the Charger game as a loss and the Bronco game as a loss. I think you're able to take down the Chiefs and Bears. You get through the Cardinals and Raiders fairly easily, get to the bye week, back to the Niners. I'm going to say that we sweep the Niners this next year, that they're pretty beat up and tired by that point in time in the season in week 12. You then come back here and you got the Cowboys, who I think you take down the Cowboys there on prime time. You're again back at home, maybe a little bit of a different outlook on this game, or think it'd be a little closer if it's going to be on the road. The Giants up next, you take them out easily. They're in a transition state. And then I think you do fall to the Eagles. So I think I could see it as kind of like it could be the Eagles or it could be the 49ers or it could be that Cowboy game. I think one of those 3 you fall in, but I think you win 2 of those 3 games. So we'll put the Eagles game as being that other loss, the third loss then in the season. And then you have the Rams and Panthers. I think you showed that you can box up Bryce Young. And Mike Macdonald in particular, I think, has shown early on in his career here of doing a very good job of dealing with shorter quarterbacks, smaller quarterbacks, especially the improvisational guys. He's got a very good handle on how to draw up a game plan against them that I feel pretty confident in. I think that then you're going to split those games with the Rams. So, you win, you split the game with the Rams, you lose the Broncos, you lose the Chargers, and then it's one of 3 to me between the Eagles, Cowboys, and 49ers, and that will take you, Joe, to a 13-4 final record. Jet Hawk in the house. What's up, Jose? What's up over there to my man Jose, longtime moderator here on the channel. Does great work of his own over there. Says B, The only thing I'm wondering about week 1 is how many Diana jokes I'll be able to get in during my stream. All of them. You get to do all of them. Like when you get caught like this, and it has been a lot. It's been definitely overdone and overcooked. It's unfortunately for Vrabel, the story landed Jose right at the time of year where you're entering the few points of the year in the NFL where it's a dead period and there's nothing else to talk about. And there's so much salaciousness within this and stuff to unpack within this and sources and who's leaking who to move the narrative on something. But like I was saying earlier on, somebody else asking about, doing it in the PR, the guy in the stadium that's just controlling the songs in the stadium. How can you not? It's like the word I would call that gamesmanship myself. Some people might say that's dirty pool. I say that's gamesmanship, Jose. I got Dirty Diana, any song with anything about a Diana, just any kind of reference to kind of a Diana thing that'd be out there. Just throw it, that Candle in the Wind, Elton John. If you want to get real fun with it, you get these AI songs you can create now, Jose, where you could do a whole Vrabel song on it, just letting it riff. That'd be fun. But I'm sorry, man. You get caught on this and you get caught in a public way with another public person. It's like if he was dating Diana Jackson, probably wouldn't be much to the story, right? But that is Diana Rossini. And my gosh, Diana, with some of the tweets she's had through the years and stuff where you get all these internet detectives on it now and you're just like, oh my God. What do you do after that? You can't, there's no coming back at that point. It's tough. You're awesome though, there, Jose. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Feed me. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, at least we get to bully Mike early in the season on Jay Love. That's true. That's true. You get to go after him a little bit there week 2. Like give him the business there. So, he's feeling good about the team, though. It's good to see Mike encouraged and not at least defeated. I mean, by the end of the season last year, Mike was, I think, in a pretty dark place out there, with the Cardinals and what he was looking at with the future and what he was hoping would happen and just kind of sitting there just, But he seems to be pretty positive about where they're heading, which is good to see. And maybe they start to kind of get things figured out a little bit. But I do think them facing us week 2, us getting to have a little bit of that extra time. Let's face it as well with this. You got the Cardinals having to come off their week 1 matchup where they're going to have the typical week. We're going to get that sort of week and a half time period as you're building that callus up for the season. You kind of get that little bit of that extra time there to prepare for them that they don't get too. And especially for a coaching staff coming in there with LaFleur and you don't know what you're going to exactly get offensively, defensively, having a little bit of that week 1 film then and the preseason games to go off of give you a little bit more of an understanding about what you're going to encounter versus what you've had to play in other recent years. But love it, feed me. Thank you, man. Appreciate you for the $2 don't know, brother. Kind of you as ever. Kind of you as ever. Can't speak today for some damn reason. Let me speak right. Let me use my mouth muscles. Yeah, I agree, Richard. I'm not the highest on Milroe, but I think you're very fair on your outlook of it that we don't know what he's going to become. And part of the drafting of Milroe experience was that you can have an outlook of what you think or where you think he's going to go, but you got to give him that 2 years time period because you understood he had things that had to be fixed mechanically, processing wise, footwork wise, that we're going to take that time to get there. And that's just like Sam, as you mentioned with the Sam comparison, that's just what Sam took as well. There's a little bit of that extra time, similar kind of situation where a lot of stuff was kind of rough coming out. You give him a little bit of that time and let him sort of get it figured out. think, Bud, Commanders could be good again, or were they a one-year fluke? Jayden Daniels could be injury prone. Yeah, I think that they're a team that I don't think will be bad, but they do strike me as a team that's in dangerous territory of being in a place that Dan Quinn's been a lot in his season a lot in his career as a head coach. And that is that, they're kind of that purgatory team where not quite good, not quite bad. Their off season is you kind of go up and down the thing of it and you go, okay, the offensive line's okay-ish. They're going to bring in Brandon Ayuk at some point, and that's going to help out the receiving core, but you haven't exactly done a lot for the receiving core to add there. The running back position's kind of just okay. They still got Deron Payne down there. He's nice, of course, and Serzon Newton's all right, I guess. He's fine. Former second-round pick out of Illinois that we looked at one point. They got a little bit there on the defensive line. They haven't had a little more depth, maybe as much as anything else. Odafe comes in as their big free agent signing off the edge. They get back Doris Armstrong. So there's some danger there on them defensively. Of course, with Dan Quinn, his defense is just so reliant, and the big point of this is that it's got to be able to generate the pressure. It's got to be able to, front four's got to get it done. He's not going to blitz. And I don't know if they've got the cover corners on the back end and necessarily make that hold up. But I think Jaden's a good player. You wonder a little bit about with him health-wise, with how his body's built and being able to hold up in the long term in that way. But he's a smart player, knows how to protect himself. Boom Shakalaka in the house. What's up, Boom Shakalaka? It's good to see you. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, Gio, I think the Pats probably miss the playoffs next year, just as much because of the fact that the schedule is just hellacious for them. It's just not an easy one. No NFL for old men is right. You can get a good couple of games. When we talk about the 17-game season and playing a whole year, it's another situation altogether. Dang says Giants will be better with Harbaugh. Watch, they will compete, especially if Dart stays healthy. Well, it is hard to be worse. I would say that. To your point, and I think that Harbaugh has a really good chance, much like Coughlin did back in the day, and that those guys are kind of similarly wired in how they go about their business, and that he can come in there and I think have a really good positive effect. But I think there is a bit of a territory or a bit of time frame that has to take in where you're kind of have to get your guys in there a little bit. And that offensive line is still a work in progress, which you don't really love when you got a young quarterback like Dart that you're trying to protect. You have your best running back and your best receiver coming off of, major injuries from last year. The receiving core is not super reinforced behind what you have going on there with Neighbors. You went and got Isaiah Likely, Theo Johnson. They're going to probably lean into a lot of the two tight end looks with those two guys, and that might be a little more effective for them in that way. But you mentioned Dart staying healthy. I think that's a big what if, Dank. And watching Dart last year, there was some real rough elements there where he's trying to go around and sort of play this like Lamar a little bit, and I'm going to run around and I'm going to scramble and I'm going to go get yards on the ground, and he doesn't play with any kind of control. He doesn't have the elusiveness or the escapability of Lamar. And so he just finds himself getting crushed really often, and you're going to get injured. And he played like that in college. It ain't a new thing for him on the scene. It's how he used to roll back, and made me worried with him coming out in college too. And unfortunately, I think he kind of has to do it in part, Dank Bud, because he doesn't have necessarily the arm strength other quarterbacks can to trust that I'm just going to let this rip into the tight window. Instead, I don't trust I can fit in the tight window, so I'm off. I'm going to try to go scramble. Sam Poley says, laughing out loud, my name is Colin, and when I was a kid, I would do the Cosell voice and call myself Colin Cosell. It's a fun voice to do. It's enjoyable. There's nothing like reenacting this voice as it is so singular to me. One of the all-time greats. I like the Schedule 2 space. Why can't God love the Mariners too? He's got to spread his love out. You know, we can't be selfish and take it all. We only get it for one thing. Cardinals will get around. They're just slow starters, man. They got to thaw out a little bit to start the season. Seattle fan, hey Brandon, what games are you going to? I don't know yet. I would only be going to one game, but I think depends on where we're going to do a roundtable meetup event game for Seattle, I think, this year, but probably get that figured out in the next couple of weeks. But that'll be the only one. So much of it for me, C-Town, is unfortunately the success of the channel makes it hard to go to games because we just have so much viewership on game day and people that are relying on the play-by-play because they don't have access to the games, you know, even from a worldwide perspective of things. So very hard not to be live on game day on the old channel. I'm trying to talk the Seahawks into, you know, just getting me a booth up in the Hawks Nest out there in the stadium, and we could kill two birds with one stone on this. Little Dumper, he sees the vision. He says it'd be legendary to beat the Rams twice at the end of the year and then win the Super Bowl in LA. Can you just imagine the tears? Can you imagine the sorrow? Can you imagine the unending depression of Niner and Ram fans at the same time? I don't think they could ever get out of that funk again. As I say, that stink will never wear off. There'll always be a hint of that smell, you know? Oh, is that you guys? Yeah. Seattle did us dirty. Jeff says Eagles are going to snap the streak, huh? I don't know about that. Sorry, you're having problems with the stream buffer in there, like Eli. Should be okay. Not seeing anybody else having any issues. Charlie, every team on the schedule should go, damn, I have to play Seattle. They are. You know they are. That's probably a loss. How many teams today? How many content creators there going, well, that's going to be probably one of the hell's on our schedule. Little Dumper says, how does the 49ers schedule and Rams compare to ours? I think we got the Rams here. So Rams go to San Francisco. Well, they go to Australia, game 1. They come back for the Giants Monday Night Football. Denver, week 3 on Sunday Night Football. Philadelphia, Buffalo. So kind of a tough opening slate for them. They get the bit of that Cardinal Raider reprieve like we get at the end of the year and week 6 and week 7. Then you've got the Chargers, Washington, Arizona. So there's definitely kind of a let up in the schedule there mid-year where you got the bye week at week 11 for the Rams. They've got kind of the 5 games in there where it's really only the Chargers is the tough game. And then that sets the stage up for them for their home stretch, which is going to be pretty tough. They got to do Green Bay on Thanksgiving. They got to go Kansas City on Thursday Night Football. They do get a bit of that rest there with it being Thanksgiving to Thursday Night Football. Well, actually, no, it's just 1 week. Okay. Yeah, it's not as bad a Thursday night there for them. And they're actually getting the benefit of that of the Rams of the schedule because of that, where they're not having to have this shortened week either because the San Francisco games count as a Thursday night game, and that's still gonna be hell though. That opening week like brutal. You got KC week 13, San Francisco week 14, Dallas week 15, Seattle twice in the final 3 weeks, and then Tampa Bay week 17. So nothing easy through that portion. Both Seattle and the Rams have 2 sections of the schedule that are kind of individually tough. Rams getting it right at the start. Seattle's kind of midway and end. Rams are start and end, but both have kind of similar setups as far as I think the difficulty here. And the Rams are, I think, a little more increased because they are traveling significantly more air mileage than Seattle. I mean, that's the one really big difference here, I would say. But yeah, they didn't get done dirty necessarily by the NFL odds makers on this one. 49ers have, of course, again, Rams opening week. then Dolphins week 2, Cardinals week 3, Broncos then week 4. So there's a way here where 49ers can come out and, especially to get the win against the Rams there in Australia, they can come out and start out, kind of hot here with the schedule. You got the Broncos, Seahawks in there. Then the Commanders, Falcons, winnable games. Bye week, week 8, not bad. Then you go Raiders, Cowboys, Vikings. Vikings in Mexico City. Seahawks week 12. Giants week 13. Rams week 14. Chargers week 15. Chiefs, Eagles, Cardinals. So I think what you could say about the Niners is, unlike the Hawks and the Rams, there's not as much in there to me of like chunks of the schedule that are tough. It's kind of more evenly dispersed. There's also not any real necessarily easy points either. Like you might have an easy game, but then you're going to come back to a challenging game very quickly. It's kind of unique versus the other two in this division. Talk to you soon, Megan. If you're heading out there, appreciate you. Dumper says maybe the Rams start Ty Simpson by the time we play them. You never know, man. Maybe that back's acted up by then. Then we'll all be very happy that we're playing him late in the season, huh? Stafford only gets through like 7 weeks of the year. Mr. Dog, Broncos to Chiefs to Bears. That's going to be a tough one, man. Good news is 2 of those 3 games get to be at home. Steven, Brando, it's interesting how the bias against the Seahawks stems from the Patriots and the Rams, 2 fan media voices that openly disrespect our team. Yeah, it's those are 2 of the teams that definitely stand out in that way. And with the Rams, I mean, it's been one that's more kind of emerged. And you would think that, coming off again being short of even getting the Super Bowl like they did this year would have them a little bit more of like, okay, let's quiet down and assess a little bit here. Let's take our medicine. But they've kind of like knocked the spoon out of the hand and they're like, I don't need it. My body can already handle it. I've got the immune system in place. I'm inoculated. That's what they're saying. Sometimes you need to take your medicine. Level Skip says, F the Rams in that industry plant franchise. That's good. I like that. Outside, upside down says the more I look at, the more those last 4 games look brutal. Yeah. I mean, it ain't easy. It ain't easy. I think that the Panthers game isn't going to necessarily be as tough. That's a team that to me can be very much in alignment with having a high possibility of ending up into the regression standpoint of things. They strike me a little bit as that. There's no getting around the Rams, and this is one of the reasons I had 2 of the 4 losses for us this year at the end of the year. And there's no getting around it. It's tough. It's going to be the tough spot of the year where it's at. But you aren't put on a short week. You do get the time to prepare for all these foes. You do get some minor things that help you a little bit here, maybe. Just a little bit, for instance, with the Eagles game on Saturday that the Rams going to have to play that Sunday. You're going to be done by Saturday. You get the extra game. You get the extra kind of day there to kind of be ready to go versus the Rams. They're going to have to play on the short week on Friday that week in week 16. It's not a major thing, of course, that's going to push the needle, but just it is something that will help. Dank Butts is hot take for the second year. I'm going to pick the Bengals to win the AFC. Love the Seahawks. Bengals in LA. Ooh, bold take. I will remember you said that, man. Love it. I think with outside upside, I'm in the kind of same place. I do think that they're certainly a possible playoff team. I think it's going to be hard for them to quite get the Super Bowl, but When you got Burrow there, man, as he showed a couple of years ago, anything is possible. See, Don, hey, Brandon, how do the Seahawks stay focused and locked in for the 2026 season? Well, I think that you come off of a Super Bowl like this and you're a young roster as you are. I think that you're always going to have a threat of and wonder, is the team going to be satiated by their Super Bowl win? Or are they going to feel like they got it done and that you release a little bit and you kind of ease up a little bit? Does it create a scenario of almost more reinforcing that championship mindset? This is the standard, and not just in what we say, but in how we go about our business at every turn, because not only have we achieved greatness, but we can achieve immortality if we can go get us another Super Bowl for what this team could be considered in historical terms. And so you never quite know year to year how a team is going to be driven and wired in that way, and whether or not they will have that supreme motivation as it took last year to get to where you got. I think it does help when you have such a young team that's also so peppered with so many vets that are not just vets on the roster, but still very good players on the roster, and that those guys can then have a stronger voice to keeping everybody in alignment. I think that part of this too is a bit of the benefit that you get Seattle with a guy like Schneider in understanding how to build a championship roster first and foremost, as he's now done it 2 separate times. But also the type of players that she has to go out there and hunt for. They're going to be the type of players that stay locked in and stay focused. That some of this comes down to who you target in the draft, who you attempt to sign. And so I think some of this gets taken care of in itself. Some of it's a little bit of a question and will always be, because once you're champion, it's like the old cliche about boxers back in the day. They get champion. There's been a couple movies you've seen of this where the guys start getting fat and they just kind of like, they're sort of chilling. And that, I think that there's a little bit of that pull at times. It's hard to fight against that. There's a little bit of a human nature element to that a bit. But you never know too when you might have a team that's just so locked in and so hungry. And we had this from our Legion of Boom team. It's why we went to back-to-back, is because that team was so locked in. They weren't just looking to get there once. They wanted greatness. They wanted that immortality. They wanted what they did to echo in history. And if you can capture that spirit, it's hard to do. One of the toughest things in football to get your head around. I mean, it's even tougher than building a championship. You can build a champion for that 1 year run where you just keep everybody held together for that one, and then it releases and it's out. To hold it together for multiple years, that's a true accomplishment. Juice Sportsbook feeling confidence, a Super Bowl bound. Let's go, Juice Sportsbook. Love the confidence. Love it. Chris says Ad-lib and Eddie Murphy's divorce impression from Raw. Mikey, I want half. Half? It's a great bit. I tell you, I got $5. You take half. I want half, Eddie. I want half of your money. What have you done for me lately, Eddie? I'm an American woman now. Zippy says, we are 7-0 at Lincoln Financial Field. We have never lost there. We've had the Eagles number for a while here. Richard says the Chargers win the AFC West. I like it there. I could see that. Haven't quite finally decided. I do think it's between the Chargers and the Broncos again. And Polly, best joke I heard was Rusina is her TV name and her real name is Sharon Peters. Addicted Brandon, is it odd that Vrabel's situation is an issue in New England, considering the Robert Kraft massage fiasco? Owners are different from coaches. I'm not saying it should be this way. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be where owners are held to more of a harder account, but it is what it is. You are that owner, you get that pass in that way a little bit. That coaches oftentimes don't. And I don't think that New England wants to let him go. I don't think that they think that he's done something so egregious that they have to go let him go. This becomes more about public pressure, and it more becomes about distraction, and it more becomes about the story that won't die. This is the thing that ends up making it where this is just too problematic for us, Mike. We've got to let you go because it's going to be too much, rather than talking about us trying to get back to the Super Bowl again this year, every conversation is going to start and stop with your dick. That's like, this doesn't work. So that's where it's like, I'm sure Kraft's over there going like, look, I understand. If there's one man that understands here, Mike, it's yours truly, I mourn my massage parlors lost like a firstborn child lost, I get it. But this is about the public, Mike. This isn't about our penchant and love for, I'm going to go in a raw direction here if I go too far. But yeah, there's a little bit of hypocrisy vibes there. A little bit. Yeah, I can see the Cowboys win the East, man. Philly, some questions with Philly, man. They're going to trade Brown, offense. Is the defense going to be as strong as it's been? D. Harma Bruce, will K9 run for more than 1,500 yards for KC? I don't think so, but that's as much because I think that Kansas City's going to have a defense that's going to probably allow a lot of scoring next year for where they've been in recent years. And I think that offensively, they're going to have to then throw the ball to score. And that's already then leads into what Reed and Mahomes will kind of do, because they've had running backs through there in recent years, but they always feel like they're like, I always get the impression with Reed that it's a little bit like Sean McVay. They're great coaches, but there is seemingly always a feeling of a draw to get back to passing, and that sometimes running the ball becomes begrudging. And it's, if they're up in games and they're leading a lot, D. Harma, Bruce, I think that, yeah, sure, that he has a good chance to get over that spot. But I mean, Mahomes coming off of his injury, a team that still does feel like they're kind of rotating things through and getting things right. Like, that offensive line does not feel like it's at a great spot right now. And that wide receiver core doesn't feel like it's in a great spot as it stands right now. And, defensively, Leo Chanel off the team. You lose your two starting quarterbacks. Eric Reed, a really good safety in this sport, is gone. Chris Jones is really getting up there. You don't have a lot else there off the edge rush. They've gotten guys that just haven't really developed there, like Felix Adaduki Zuma. So yeah, I just don't think they're going to have a good enough offensive line to get that many holes opened up. And then they're going to play enough with the lead to get that. I could see him getting over 1,000, Bruce, but I would take the under on 1,500 pretty confidently. Jarl says we play on every day of the week this season except for Tuesday. That's the new NFL, man. They won every day of the week, Jarl. They're trying to figure out how they can make Tuesday a thing. They'll get there eventually. Richard says, I only got guts for 2 big bets a year. I also grew up in Indiana. Hint, hint. Joe says, bank on it. Top 5 offensive line and best D in the league. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, bro. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Ethan, is it a hot take to say the Patriots win 6 games? No. It's quite a reasonable take. Their schedule's insanely hard. So, this was and I don't even think this quite fully captures it here. This is sort of your strength of schedule based off of last year. But, when you really unpack it, man, I mean, Seahawks, Steelers, Jags, Bills, Bears, Packers, Lions, Chargers, Bills again, Vikings, Chiefs, Broncos. I mean, there's like a couple of, like, no doubt you're going to get that, like Raiders. All right, you'll get that one, though they did lose the Raiders last year. Dolphins and Jets, they get a couple times. Dolphins a couple times. I think the Jets and the Dolphins get them up into 6 or 7 games. But I do think that they're looking at a pretty stiff drop, and it's as much just because that schedule is hellacious. And we talk about tough schedules and like really hard setup schedules, and that the timing's just not great for you for the division you're playing through, on top of having a first place schedule. This is it. Cal says, stream so long you can see B's beard getting darker as it goes on. Yeah, that's true. It's a fast growing beard. This thing just, it's like the speed up seeds growing to bloom that we used to watch back in school. Joe Hawks have been talking to Kimura. Oh, that's interesting. I'm kind of like Seatown fan on this one. Kimura, why? Joe, I want another edge as well. Let's get Clowney, let's get Jordan, and let's call it a day. And we don't have to think about it. You know what I mean? We just put it in the bank. It's in the bank. It's grown with its interest, and then we can just deal with other stuff. Do we have Sunday night football? Yes, we do have Sunday night football. So the Chiefs will be our Sunday night football game. But that is going to be the only Pedro Sunday night football game. Yeah, Bill, I don't think we need Kimura either. I don't know if. Richard says, Cosell, take the points, put the board. It's only a man of sheer and utter disseminated stupidity who does not take the points, but instead looks at it as a dick measuring contest instead of a winning way. And that man is punished at every juncture in such a fashion. Justin, let's effing go. Can't wait for the Seahawks football return. Let's go, Justin. What's my prediction? 13-4, Ghost. 13-4. That's where I'm standing. We get our dubs next year against the Patriots, the Cards, the Commanders. We beat the Niners twice. We beat the Chiefs. We beat the Bears. We dust up the Raiders. We handle the Cowboys. We handle the Giants. We take care of business against the Panthers, but then we find ourselves splitting between the Rams, losing to the Eagles, losing to the Broncos, and losing to the Chargers. You could write it down. Seriously, so glad you got rid of the DK jersey. I didn't get rid of it. I just haven't gotten it re-put back up. But it won't be center stage, but it'll be on the backdrop eventually here again. Yeah, Bill, I still think the Giants and Jets are still terrible teams. Just, it is a little bit like it's wishful thinking. And it's two teams that I think both realized that about themselves too, which is smart of them. Giants, Jets, Cardinals, these are teams that have realized, as I say, teams have got to identify where they stand on my pecking order, my theory of pecking order of teams. Teams are in 4 different places in the NFL at any given one time. 4 different states. Water can be in 3 different states. NFL teams are in 4 different states. You're rebuilding, you're ascending, you're in purgatory, or you're elite. And you don't go from ascending to purgatory to elite. You go from ascending to elite, you just get stuck in purgatory. Giants and Jets are 2 teams that sometimes think they're better than they are. They've been stuck in purgatory at time because they haven't realized where they need to be. And the reason you need to identify where the proper spot is to be at is so that then when you get in the offseason, you make the right moves off of the basis of the type of team you are. Hey, we're a rebuilding team. So like from the Jets perspective, maybe we should move this Quinnen Williams guy who's not going to be still the player he is now when we're going to be ready to be good. Or how about this Sauce Gardner guy where we can dump that salary and he, hey, he's a really good player, but we're not going to be able to maximize that at the right time. Let's turn that around. And so these teams have recognized that and new coaches, but that does also mean that these are, teams that are probably coming this next year and it's going to be a little bit rough for them. You sort of take that, you have to take a little bit of that pain in that realization, but you're better for it long term. Yarl says there's a very realistic chance Stafford's hurt or not playing by week 16, laughing out loud. It's going to be a long year for him to get through it again, man. And he is getting up there and track record of quarterbacks at his age, playing this long into their career and not running into an injury. Say nothing of not being at your best by that time of year, right? The Stafford and where his arm is at and how fresh he's feeling in week 5 versus into the last 3 weeks of the season, probably a pretty quantifiable difference. As I've said with these older quarterbacks, the thing with it is not that they lose the arm strength, or that they get slower in their processing. Yeah, they lose a little bit of maybe their mobility, but it's the recovery from injury. It's the ability to bounce back off the soreness. It's the soreness getting more sore than it used to get when you were younger and remaining there and then inhibiting you as a player as you try to go through and perform. That's the stuff that gets you. Zippy says the tears of unfathomable sadness. I love it, man. I got to use that for a title of a video at some point. That's great. That's 4 games between 12-7 and 12-25. Indeed. Nice part is the lead up to those games. There is sort of that buy-in there. So, I mean, that does exist here in the way that this will set up, but you're not that far removed, at least from having that buy to hopefully kind of set the stage. In that manner. To Brandon, regarding a box for you, I do think it's a crime the Hawk blogger whoever had better access to the team than you. There's no contact. Oh, it's all good, man. I think those guys do great work, and I may not be able to do the stuff that I would be able to do if I had the access. There's a level of freedom it gives me to be able to be on the kind of the outside looking in that sometimes I think once you get behind the curtain, you get kind of held to account a little bit, and sometimes worry about that a little bit. If you did with it, but. We do pretty good with what we got. Those guys do good on their side too. Our bye is in week 11 is the bye week. Yes, week 11, Bill. Yeah, Ethan, sorry, I got the one wrong on the schedule there. I was trying to get this done right as it was leaking out just before we went live. And yeah, there's the week 12 game is actually at home. Well, not the week 12 game. It's the, yeah, I got it. You missed one of the home games. Actually, the NFL did when they made it. Week 12 is a home game. Yeah, no, I got that on here. Oh, week 12 is a home game. Okay. Let me see what I got wrong here on this, if there's something off. Looks like I got it right. Yeah, I think I got it correct on this. Grandizer Hawksnest, Brando, how have you been? Can you do your Seahawks Super Bowl victory lap again? Also, any potential trap games for the Hawks? Say it. Can you do your Seahawks Super Bowl victory lap? Well, it feels, I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm doing the victory lap every time I get to go live and just enjoy being champions and just savor this off season for what it is, man. It has been, it's been very satisfying. Trap games on the schedule. Great question on that. I think that, as you're, leading up into the Eagles game into week 15 and you got a primetime game on Saturday night and you come off the Cowboys and you got the Giants kind of sandwiched in there. Is there a little bit of you getting caught looking too far ahead at that point, maybe, especially if it's a Giants team that isn't particularly good? I think that's definitely kind of a trap-ish area maybe on the schedule to look at. I don't know if it's not really a trap game, but it's one of the reasons that I do have a loss for the Bronco game being just, you're coming off the division rival game on week 5. You come back onto Thursday night on a short week. You got to go out into Mile High. I think the team will certainly be trying to get up as much as they can, but I think that's just one of those places where it's like, there's only kind of so much you can kind of do to get yourself on that kind of short of a week with that kind of travel. So that would be another place. I don't know if you'd call it a trap necessarily. Don't know if there's a lot of any other real spots that stand out to me on the schedule that I would say would be kind of a trap game. I mean, there's possibility of the Panther game being one where they're still a good team and you got that final Ram game coming up and everything's going to be on the line in that game and you start to look a little ahead on that. But some of this is also based upon how the season sort of plays out too, Grandizer. in that regard of, are they really where they're at the end of the year? Are they in that spot? Are we in that spot? LeBron Rams have a tough schedule for senior citizens team. They do. That's true. Why not Monday Night Football against the Niners? Oh, do they topped out the amount of primetime games they could throw us, And I know there could be some of this. There could be involved with this that they look at the 49ers and they're still not fully sure about what the Niners are going to be next year and if the health stuff's going to hold up, and that they did want to get to a primetime year the Niners, and you find that 4 of their vets are out and you got kind of a nothing game at that point. Maybe there's you look at the primetime games you did have where Broncos, Chiefs, Bears, maybe there's a little bit more confidence in that. But I am a little surprised we don't have one of the primetime games against the Niners, to your point. C-Town, Brandon, your favorite coach on ESPN? I don't watch a lot of ESPN anymore on that side of it, to be honest with you. So I don't check out much ESPN. I used to watch it all the time when I was younger, but just don't get as much out of it anymore. I think, Brand, last time I was truly scared of the Rams was when Aaron Donald was on their team. That's true. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Christopher Walken, opening Simpson, a great Hawks Xmas present. All through the house, nobody was disturbed, not even a mouse. Then the Seahawks child went down to the tree, under the tree, and he looked, found a gift from Alabama. And he looked at that and he said, whoa, what is this? And he opened and it said, wait until week 16. He said, no, I'm opening it now. Inside, in very light packaging, with a Band-Aid already on him, was Ty Simpson. And the little boy shouted, yay, this is better than stocking. Now we're going to get a win for sure. And Santa ho-ho-hoed his way all the way to the Lombardi Trophy. Thank you, John. I'm a couple hours in. The impressions don't do great 2 hours in on it. But Watkins definitely feeling Simpson end of the year. No more Stafford, that back done, held together like a chicken wing, really. Toughest part of the schedule, Sam. It's right after that bye week, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or Titan says, what about the A.J. Brown factor? Well, you don't get him till post-June. Hasn't been practicing or throwing with Drake May or doing anything of that, so you're going to get him a little bit late in the hour. And, of course, developing, that chemistry between receiver and quarterback is something that can sometimes take a little bit of time. He and Romeo Doubs both do make that receiving core better this year. Does it cover the divide that existed in that game where we were significantly the better team just this past year? I don't think it does, Oiler Titan. So it does make them mildly improved, and maybe not be a blowout, but I still think it's a game that we probably comfortably win, especially getting to play it at home. Ziria, 9 playoff team opponents. Yeah. Tommy's confidence is the NFC West will win the Super Bowl too. I could see it. Hawks, great to be back to our second home on week 12. Yes, it is. Whose house? Hawks' house. Stitchhawks 12. Do you agree our roster is actually better than last year? Price, Bud, and the healthy young Bucks that were down most of last year have me convinced they are. Go Hawks. Very good question. It's a fantastic question. I would put it to you like this, Stitchhawk, that there is certainly on paper, is it like, I think that's a good way of kind of putting it. On paper, you could say that, yes, the team could look and appear that there is a version here that is better than what was last year. I've probably, to the point of annoyance for some people, pointed out over and over again about the fact that you had the third youngest roster in the NFL, the entire NFL, the third youngest roster won the Super Bowl, and you're returning almost everybody on that roster. To not think that there's going to be natural improvement from that team because of just that basis alone, I think is pretty silly. So it's going to get better for that reason alone. And I think that you mentioned and Price and Bud and some of the other guys that, what you maybe have lost out the door, you have in replacement. And I think on paper, that is very much there in play. I think as well that you still are sitting on the $28 million of cap space, even after signing Fowler, meaning that this team is still not done in what it's going to be able to add, and that there will be more that this team at some point is going to add on top of this roster of some significance. But yes, I would say that it's one where you can't say with certainty that it's absolutely better, and I know it's going to be better. It's that it's there on paper to be had. It does then require youngsters to come in and play well kind of immediately. And you have been able to get that. It's going to require the Riley Mills and Arroyo, right? Some of the combination of guys last year that, did some things, but, now I need you to come even more forward in what you're going to bring to the table. So on paper, yes, it's there absolutely to be a better team. And because that youth getting a little bit older and moving into more of its prime, its collective prime physically, then that also gives it a really good chance for that. But it is one where there's a little bit of, you got to still see it, right? You got to still know that the young guys are going to be ready to jump forward in that way and take on the role that's there that needs to be filled, the Woolen role, the not Bryant necessarily role, but the Okada role, and that Jadarian can go for the full season after being a backup and filling in and taking on that's 300 touches, 300 carries last year in the regular season alone for Kenneth Walker that he's got to come in and kind of fill in for a little bit, at least in part, at least in major part. Yeah, that Legion of Boom team was absolutely legendary for their understanding of wanting to be great. And it's a part that you got to give them a lot of credit for, and that it gets lost at times with, they built this roster of super players and they found these Hall of Famers and they just happen to land all these great players at the same time. And the thing that, it gets lost that has less to do with the talent is that those guys lived and breathed football. And that a big part of John Schneider recreating and building a Super Bowl championship roster is understanding that I have to find and target players like that, not merely talented guys, but guys that look at the sport as something that they love, and that to be great is important to them, not to make their multi-millions and then get out and then go retire to some island and then just chill, but to maximize this opportunity of this very short career to the fullest, to be the best that they possibly can be, to be the best teammate they can be, and try to go out there and actually win. And that winning is the important thing. And that different players are wired by different ways. Different talents are wired and motivated by different factors. And so it's one thing to say this and say that's the kind of players that we want to target, but it's easier said than done when you're facing down the barrel of having that Jalen Carter that everybody tells you got to go take versus the Devin Witherspoon. You go, this guy's a player is equivalent, the kind of player he's going to be. He lives and breathes football. He's a lightning rod on a defense. He's a guy that could be a driving force, a captain. Can I say the same things about a Jalen Carter? I don't know that I can. And so one of those important little details I think that John understands about building these kind of teams up. And I think a lot of the mistakes you see from general managers at times is they'll target guys that on tape, testing numbers, production, have the stuff to be worthy of the selection for where they're picked, but they don't do the math on the will, the want, the hunger. Instead, it's just how fast they move and how good they look on the field. Well, how hungry are they to truly be great? How hard of a worker are they really versus supremely naturally talented? Do they want to just do the bare minimum, or will they take it past that line? Richard B. That's a great Cassell. Thank you, Richard. I love Howard Cassell. He's so much fun to do. Gotta go find a thesaurus before you get in doing trying to Cassell. You gotta bring out a couple of those $10 words, Richard. Jordan, why are we playing the Rams 2/3 of the last 3 weeks? My theory on it's been that the NFL is acknowledging, Jordan, that the Rams and the Seahawks are once again likely to be the two best teams in the NFC. And that at the end of the year, you want prime matchups that you can put onto prime time that gives you great football. The Seattle Seahawks absolutely had two of the funnest, if not three of the funnest matchups last year in the NFL to watch. Games that came down the line that were hard fought, that weren't just like defensive driven affairs, but had a lot of turnovers and explosive plays and wild swings. And that's the NFL is all about. So, it's like all of that. And we said at the end of the year, and I think that we all agreed on this. I think the one point of agreement that you get between Rams and Seahawks fans is that we look at each other and we go, yeah, we were the two best teams in the NFL by far. Yes, the true Super Bowl was played in the conference championship game. And the NFL sees it the same way, and I think they're telling you that with this schedule. I do. And yeah, they're that desperate to make sure that they've got great games at the end of the year. Chris says, just can't see the Chiefs being anything but maybe a wild card team. K9 doesn't have Sharp there. Their wide receiver room isn't great. Defense, And Mahomes definitely has to make a full comeback. Yeah, it's same way. And let's throw on top of it as well as that division is not in as weakened a state as it was for the Chiefs a couple of years ago when they were running roughshod through the AFC West. Now you have in the Broncos and then you have in the Chargers legitimate challenges there that they have to go through. And Mahomes coming off that injury, he is getting a little older. Does he start to lose a little bit of some of the mobility now? He's kind of getting about that age where that mobility starts to slow down a bit, especially coming off that major injury. The offensive line is still a question mark. It is. There has been some investment in there, but they've had to reset this thing like 3 separate times for Mahomes during his period there. And defensively, they lost a lot, man. The thinking there that they're just going to be able to lose, 4 starters on defense and it's no problem. And to think that Chris Jones at his age, after all his years, after all the ball he's played, is going to be able to go out there and give them anything close to, what they've gotten out of him at his best recently, to me is that's a fool's errand there. He'll probably be solid, but he's going to be diminished too here. So they've got some holes on that team, solid draft or not. There's some stuff they got to figure out. Jordan K9's issue won't be the load. It'll be the offensive scheme. The Chiefs limit their running backs with how they run the ball. They do. That's that pass happy thing I was talking about where Reed just kind of falls into that way. And I think some of it's a little bit like Stafford and Mahomes where you give these two particular quarterbacks a lot of freedom at the line of scrimmage to change plays. And these quarterbacks are going to want to have a tendency to probably trust their own arm and trust their ability to throw stuff through. And so that's probably going to lead them at times in changing things at the line of scrimmage towards that direction versus towards audibling to a run, for instance, let's say. Like Matt Hasselbeck was like one of the all-time great audibles and audiblers into the run and coming up. And when he recognized something offset on the defensive line or a numbers game that they could attack, he'd go after it. I do think that in Mahomes and Stafford, you have a little bit of the opposite to take where they'll just kind of be like, let me find the adjustment to the hole that I can go hit because my big arm will get me there. And they're oftentimes not wrong to take that approach. San Poli's got 15-2. Let's go, San. Yeah, in the stream behind him, more funny voices. My cats love it. Hell yeah. Milf Hunter, thoughts on having 7 primetime games? That's pretty nuts. It's very nuts. All these people talk about how nobody likes Seattle and you guys are just like, nobody cares. That's why you guys, nobody with you guys in the Super Bowl and like, nobody thinks you guys even won this. You're like, nobody watched it. And then you go, well, the NFL obviously kind of wants to put us front and center, don't they? They seem to be disagreeing. The rating numbers seem to be showing something different, don't they? And so this is a little bit of a lot of you Hawk fans out there talk about national respect. And when are we going to get it? And when were they going to recognize, how good we are? And it's like, well, here's your tip of the cap right here. And I admit that doesn't come often, but here's one representation of it. And that they're putting you on prime time because they know you are a matchup that are going to draw eyeballs, both here domestically and worldwide. And that's to me a great indicator of this team being in such a wonderful place, on top of being a Super Bowl champion, just about where they are roster-wise, where they are at team-wise. And I think that when you talk about a team coming off a Super Bowl championship last year, and there's some questions here on the chat today a little bit about motivation and can they stay as locked in this next year as they were last year? Hard knocks through a training camp. Boy, stay on your P's and Q's. We got all these cameras on us. Prime time games, all the eyes of the nation constantly upon us. These are things that maybe keep you a little bit more with your toe on that line. A little bit sharper week in and week out. Maybe just a little bit. I'm not saying it, I don't want to overstate it or make it seem like a big thing, but maybe just enough there versus, let's say you only had 4 primetime games, MILF, and then you had 3 other games that were 10 a.m. instead. Because that's the thing about the primetime games, is not only do you have the fantastic Seattle Seahawks record, historically speaking, in primetime games over the course of their entire history, that's 73-42-1. 73-42-1 is your record in primetime games in your history. But it's also the fact that those games have a tendency to then remove the 10 a.m. games off the rip. So now as much as we've done well in those 10 a.m. games recently, as much as there's been some solutions to be found in some of those 10 a.m. games recently, it's nice to have them taken off as much as humanly possible. And you're only going to get a couple of them. And that Bears game on primetime, that Chiefs game on primetime, that Broncos game on primetime, these are games that, not the Broncos and not the Broncos and the Chiefs because those aren't home, but the Eagles game absolutely would be this way in consideration for it. The Bronco game normally would be in that spot. So it's got some added benefits on top of the fact that you got just such a great record in operating from that place, historically speaking. It's a nice schedule, man. I think this is lined up well. I don't think it's like set up super duper easy and it's just going to be just freewheeling and dealing. But I do think it's one that we're going to have a lot of chance to find some success, a lot of chance to get back into double digit wins, a lot of chance to go get the number 1 bye and home field advantage once again. Ty Simpson, a.k.a. Jalen Milrose backup. I might have gotten the times. I was trying to get this live juice before the start of the thing, so a couple of these games might be a little bit off on my timeline there with some of these. The Giants game's at 1:25. That's at home. So that's a 1:25 one that I had 10 a.m. So you only have the 2 10 a.m. games. You got the Commanders, and then you got the Panthers game at the end of the year. Dick Hammer says, don't overlook the Raiders. I think they'll be improved. I think there's a lot to be done there. I'd like that we're playing them a little bit later with Cousins because I think there's a good chance that you're to the point then when you're going to have Mendoza out there and getting to face the rookie. But they'll be better. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, man. We got Puff Dizzle. Thank you for 53 months, Puff Dizzle. You were awesome, man. Thank you for 53 months as a Hawks Nest member. That's a lot of long time support. You're very kind for that. Last 7 games are all NFC conference teams. Includes 3 divisional games as well. Oh yeah, that's right. We the champs. Bring it on. Go Hawks. Repeat time. 3 divisional games. 7 games, all NFC conference. What do we think, Puff Dizzle? What do we think, Puff Dizzle?
We did not care.
We do not care. And why? Because they still don't know. They still don't know.
The power of the dark side.
The power of the dark side. Let's go, man. Let's go, Puff. It won't matter. Bring them in through. Hell, make us win the division twice again. We don't care. We're still coming down into SoFi. We're still taking your house over, just like we took over the Niner house. We're going to rename it just like we renamed the Niner house. We're going to stack up these back-to-back trophies and leave a mark on your collective franchises that you can never rub off, that you can never wash off. There ain't enough bleach in the world that will be able to get that scent off the back of your stadiums. It will be forever. Let's go. Banker Alpraise in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says week 16 and 18, championship game back to back. It'll be pretty crazy, won't it be, Banker, when we not only are playing in week 16 and 18, but then have to come back and play once again what will be in week 2021, right? And I think that's the great cat out of the bag on this one, is that I think there's a great chance that not only is it those final 2 games of the year, folks, that you end up finding that we play the Rams like 3 times in 8 weeks or something like that. So you want to talk about a very odd, kind of haven't seen something like this in NFL history before thing. And it's coming off this year where we already had to play each other, 3 times, and it was in a conference championship again. I'd be pretty epic. And you talk about those moments that sort of stand out in NFL history to make themselves notable from the sea of the yearly winners and losers and what happens, that there are those teams that win and reach the ultimate prize, but sort of get lost to history a bit. Well, I would say that, one of the things that allows you to make your mark in history and actually have that stamp there is that you have the great foe, that you had the hero's journey that you had to take in order to get there. And no greater than that, than having kind of a nemesis there, that is that participant there that allows you to get there. So, kind of a cool part of this, I think, Banker. I like it. I like it that it's this way, And the NFL, like I said, the schedule seemed to kind of acknowledge this. John, thank you for the $2 donation. John says, thank you, Brando. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Banker with another $2 donation says, also, we do not claim Jimmy, but man, does he pay you. Jimmy's very kind with the donos, man. He'll keep repeating, you Rams are our daddy and all, but he does it with donations, Most of the trolls just come in with the troll comments and they're just pop, but he comes in and he's laying down the wallet to do so. You got to appreciate him for that, He's having fun with it. And that's what this rivalry should be. We should have a little bit of fun with it, We got the best rivalry probably in the NFL going right now. We're going to be probably the 2 best teams in the NFL once again this upcoming season. When you're living large and in charge, enjoy it all the way around. There are those times, as I say with this Banker, where, we talk our trash about each team, and the Rams, the 49ers, and the Cardinals have it coming, let's face it. But there is just the appreciation as well, as it's cool to kind of have it tough. It's cool that it's kind of like you might have the 3 best coaches in the entire NFL right now in this moment in this division. Not what they've done with pelts on the wall, not championship trophies they have in the books, but I'm talking about right now where these coaches are at, operating on the cutting edge, at the height of their powers. You might have the 3 in this division, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But nothing but love to Jimmy, man. He's just having some fun. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Early prediction: Eamon Warry, Defensive Player of the Year. It's a possibility of happening, man. It's one where this kind of Defensive Player of the Year, there has been a baseline for it before, being kind of this slot guy that can play sometimes in a couple of different other places on the field as far as positionally goes. Charles Woodson's the real notable one there with the Green Bay Packers after he left the Raiders, and they kind of moved him all over the place a bit in that way. So, you just kind of have to sort of put up somewhat of those basketball lines a little bit collectively on the year mark, where it's got to be, you stack up a bunch of tackles, you get yourself 4 or 5 interceptions, you cause a couple fumbles, you get 3 or 4 sacks in there. In addition to that, you're a factor in that manner. You can kind of cobble it together in that way to make it that way, So I do think the thing that steps forward this year in Eamon Warry, as Coach Carroll oftentimes would say, and I would agree with him on this, that the NFL players take their biggest leap into year 2. That's the biggest leap you'll see them make. It's not that there aren't incremental games still then beyond that, where there's more. And there are some players that maybe the leap will be year 3 or year 4. So it's not every player, but most players have a tendency for year two to be the one where they take that big leap, where there's a lot of stuff you're trying to get under, kind of figure out there in that first year that you don't have to figure out after that point. And the thing that I've said that stood out to me about Eamon going back to training camp, and not only from when I was at training camp personally, but when you're hearing the reports and seeing the footage from training camp on a daily basis, Eamon was grabbing like a pick a day. This is not a normal thing in training camp practices. Guys don't get a pick. It's kind of harder to get picks at times. It is. It's not that they don't show up, but especially have just one guy who's kind of locking in and getting them like he was last year was very notable. And I think that that's the stuff that comes really forward this year, where last year only had the one interception. I think you're going to see more of it this year from him on that. And that's the thing that can then elevate you into that sort of DPOY kind of area of things. So I could see him definitely rising to that occasion, Mark. He's got the goods to do it. And every quarterback that you've heard talking about the Seahawks defense, be it Kirk Cousins or a variety of a couple other guys, one of the first places that they start out with is that, man, that Eamon kid is a problem. That is a problem. Vermillion Cast, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I believe in the Seahawks this season. They got it. I think that they've captured the right spirit of mind. I don't think that I don't think that they've gotten too big for their britches. I don't think that we've seen a track record of an off season here where these guys have been out there and getting the commercials filmed and how can I get my star? I mean, hell, I've seen tons of tape of Jackson out there grinding on the turf, just doing what he can do. Cooper doing the same. You still feel a hunger from this team that as we come back to trying to predict whether or not they're going to be satiated by the championship or still yet come back and say, that wasn't enough. We want more. And I think that they're going to be in that mode of, I want another one. I think this is a team that has a lot of guys that are grown-ass men that operate with a level of maturity that's unique for players in the NFL, where it's such a young man's sport, and there's a tendency to have some immaturity leak out off the edges, even when you have things kind of locked into place. And I think that these are the things that are going to be factors to allow this thing to occur again and take flight once again. And these players have a sensational opportunity, Vermillion. You know, I would tell them it's one where there's a lot of NFL champions. And with all the years that this league's been around, there's a lot of champions that get lost in time. But if you can be that team that goes back to back, and you can be that team that goes back to back and wins another NFL champion, and say nothing of doing it on a stronger team, maybe a better team, maybe. Well, now that's when people start to look at you in those all-time manner of ways. Is this an all-time type team that we need to look at historically against some of those other teams of old that we would hold into that same high esteem? And that's where you separate yourself. That's where you start talking about that team in a real special way. A lot of, in certain ways, we do that with the Legion of Boom teams, and rightfully so, because they did get to back-to-back Super Bowls. You didn't win it, but you got to one. You almost won the other one. And I think a lot of people feel like that's a team that will be held kind of in that high regard and into the future. But Seattle's got that opportunity to do that now too here. And it's a hell of an opportunity at that. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Any ideas on what Brian Nemhauser smokes? He strikes me as an indica guy, you know? Indica late night guy, maybe. I'd go with that, Dogzilla. You know what I mean? Something in that territory. Appreciate you, brother. That and a little bit of Marlboro Reds, man. Good old he's a Marlboro Red guy. Completely strikes me as that. Vermillion, thank you for the $5 donation. I've met Williams in a signing a few days ago, and he said that a harder schedule would make them better, and they are going to work hard for the wins. Well, thank you for the update on that. I don't think that this team's going to shy away. That quote of "we do not care" is something that, yes, Mike, it's a quote you hear me pushing the button all the time here.
We did not care.
And it's one that, you hear the players even were asked about it on coming off the practice field of OTAs a couple of days ago. Who do you guys want to play in the opening game? Who do you guys want to face in the opening game? And they all were kind of like, we do not care. We do not care. And I believe that they believe that. I don't think that they do care. I think that that's one of the great things Mike Macdonald has done and great coaches do, is that the team sort of takes on the visage. They take on the personality of the coach in certain ways. And this team is not going to shrink from these challenges, and that this is not a schedule that's hellacious. I think there's a lot of other Super Bowl champions that have come off of their Super Bowl wins and had to have a lot more of a daunting schedule than what we have set up. I think the NFL has done us some favors here with some of the primetime games and how they've put the bye week at the spot they put it, even the first game of the season where you start out on Wednesday, then you don't have to play again for another week and a half. I mean, that's almost like an extra bye you're getting, albeit I know it's at the start of the year, but it's sort of like an extra bye to prepare for Arizona. I think that as tough as there is some spots here on the schedule that you can look at and go, ooh, that's going to be rough there. There's some good stuff here too. And I think that this team's well situated and suited to be able to go back and have another great year with this roster and this schedule. Feed Me. Thank you for another $2 donation. Feed Me. Just wait for the Niners to sign Debo. Add to that old roster. There were reports that he was in line to come back to the team here this year, and they were going to sign him this offseason. They haven't brought him back here as of yet, but you never know, Feed Me. They do like them old players. They do like to bring back them old players. They do like to bring back them old players. They got a good injury history. They might not have a lot left in the tank. That's like their, that's a hummingbird looking for a hummingbird feeder right there. You know, they're going to stick that beak deep, you know, nose deep into that thing. I could see it. I could see it coming. They just go, we're just going to go super old, but if we just stack a bunch of old guys, a few of them got to stay healthy, right? A few of them got to make it, right? Appreciate the donations, y'all. You're very kind. Jimmy was put on restriction for talking back to his mommy. He's in his room sulking. Andrew, man, 6 primetime games. Woo! Probably going to be 7, man. Probably going to be 7. Mays, from rewatching games last season, Arroyo looked good. Maybe I just didn't pay attention to the blocking aspect. Yeah, he's got some downfield ability, man. And he made a couple of catches down the field that kind of showed that off, Mays. You know, you just didn't get a lot from him. There's injuries came up a bit. And, you know, when it comes to him as a pass catcher and being able to separate and be a mismatch problem, I don't have any questions with him on that. I do think that the big main questions come down to the blocking, as you mentioned. I think some of that's mitigated in the fact that most H-back blockers in the NFL are not going to be good blockers, or they're going to be mixed bag blockers at best, probably. That's just kind of what you get with that type of tight end. So it's not as much of a bad black mark on him that could be that way. The injury part is the other, you know, big major part here. But he's got some athleticism and speed and size that could allow him to maybe be a bit of a mismatch tool you can use more this year. I think I would like to see, as much as anything from the Mays, is just have a bit of a plan every week for utilizing him. He's a former second-round pick. Have a couple of plays a week that you have drawn up to kind of highlight and target him, especially to be able to push the ball down the field and target him in that way, where he seems to be at his most as a mismatch moving down the field like that, where he can really then create that separation. He's a real seam killer if you can get him in that spot. Johns has just started watching. I can't believe they put the Rams twice in the last 3 weeks. We could potentially play them 3 times in about a month going into the playoffs. Indeed. It's pretty wild, John. It is pretty wild. But I do think it is them saying, hey, these are the 2 best teams, and we want the 2 best teams on bright display at the end of the season. And from that standpoint, it makes sense. Thank you for that. Kubiak series is peak. Great watching. If you guys haven't had a chance, please check out the Kubiak series that I've been dropping here. We're going to get part 3 out shortly, but just a little bit of a different type of content here for the channel. Just a little bit funner, lighter. Maze, Kubiak series is freaking hilarious. Well done, Brando. Thank you, Maze. It's a lot of fun putting it together, man. It's a little bit of a different thing, you know? Seahawks Statty, what week did the MVP chance for JSN start? Week 1. 225-yard receiving performance. Dusting up Gonzalez. Getting his get back. Chris Arroyo could be switched up to more of an X. Blocking would be easier. It would be. And he would absolutely dominate that blocking assignment. They used him a little bit. And he did create separation. And it was in the Houston Texan game. Ran an in-cutting route out of the X roll. Kind of one of the few times they actually ran him from that spot, Chris, last year. Got open, made the catch, and then fumbled the ball. But I think he might be able to do a little bit of that stuff. Lord knows the Rams are also believing that they can get Ferguson into some of that X stuff too. just can't wait for the Hawks to gift the Lambs the Eau de Parfum Fortuitous Musk for Christmas. Have a spray of our Fortuitous Musk. Victor Brandon, is that correct? 7 primetime games with the team from South Alaska. Great to see the Hawks get some love. That's by my count of this, and I subject change obviously with this. I think some of this doing a little bit of math on this, I will admit to. But you have you got Patriots, Broncos, Chiefs, Bears, Cowboys, Eagles, Rams. That's 7 in my account. You know they want to get that Week 18 game on too with the Rams too, with the TBD, because you know they got the flex thing they can do. Pretty cool. But nobody wants to see Seattle is what all the Rams and 49er fans tell me. Nobody cares about you guys. Banker, Brando in the alternative universe last year, Super Bowl was 49ers versus the Patriots. Do you cheer for the evil empire of the last 20 years or annoying 49er fans with their VHS tapes? I can't have the 49ers win a Super Bowl, my man. I don't like rooting for the evil empire by any measure. I wouldn't be rooting for it by either team, but I would really not want to see the 49ers win a Super Bowl as much as anything else. I mean, those fans are pretty... Those fans can be pretty insufferable, and it's been 30 years. What happens when they have an actual recent Super Bowl win? Talk about never shutting up. I can't do it. Couldn't have it. I'd have to do the unthinkable. Yeah, I was kind of shocked the Bears game isn't the first game as well. You would have thought that the NFL would have wanted to kind of maybe bury a little bit of the Patriots here and kind of, tuck them away for the first week or two of the season a bit. But I guess not. Julie says, hello, everyone. Football season can't get here fast enough. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. We're getting down the home stretch of the offseason here pretty soon. Get through June, man. June's a long month. I ain't gonna lie. It's a long month. But then you're in Seattle. Then you're into July, and July starts to pick up a bit. Josh says, didn't folks get annoyed with all the Legion of Boom primetime games because there were so many blowouts? Nah, you had the star factor, man. That carried enough. That carried enough of the heat there. People want to see the stars. Russell going to back up Geno in New York. It's a weird thing for Russ to go do to me. I mean, Russ an optimistic guy, and I think will be one more chance here at some point I'll get. And I'm not one to tell him when to go, when to not. And backup quarterback, Geno's older, and you might see yourself in there. It's an interesting Jets roster. I don't think they're going to make noise, but it's interesting. But it does seem to be where this might be going. There's also a lot of rumors that Russ is going to go into the booth and do that too. It seems to be a little bit uncertain at the moment. Oh, Vermillion, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate all your support today, brother. Very kind of you. We have a very competitive division, says. And that's awesome. To have fans and players pushing each other to get better. Happy to be a part of this. I am too. I think it makes it more interesting, and that football is better with rivalries. It's better when the fans are heated between each other. And, there's going to be times that's uncomfortable. There's going to be times that's toxic. There's going to be times that's a pain in the butt because it's just, people can be annoying. But it's also like there is the cool aspect of it. And that you're very competitive. You're fighting your ass off. Every move makes a big difference. Everybody that gets an inch more forward versus the other teams has those other teams, frustrated and damn it, why we got to do something now. And it's been said many times, it is an arms race in so many ways out here in the West. And it's one of the reasons I think the Cardinals suffer so much as far as the fourth place team. It's not just merely because the Cardinals have bad ownership, which they do. It's not merely because they don't have as much money, purse strings to kind of throw around as some of the other teams in this division. They don't. But it is also because of the fact that this team just has the teams in this division have a hyper aggressive nature to what they do, which just has them constantly pushing the envelope, and with pushing that envelope, requiring the others to keep up. You want to keep up, you're going to have to do the same. You can't just stand pat and expect you're going to stay in the same place here. And that's what's happened at times to the Cardinals to me, is they get left behind on this because they're like, we got to do all that. If I'm in the AFC South, I don't have to do all that. If I'm in the AFC East, I don't have to do all that. If I'm in the NFC East, I don't have to do all that. But you do have to do all that if you're in the NFC West. That is the requirement. And so I like it's this way, man. And we've had the Niner rivalry hot and heavy here for the last couple of years, and it's always been there for the last 10 years since we went head-to-head with him and the Harbaugh teams. But now we got the Rams one, which is really emerging, coming forward and kind of matching some of the same energy that we would get from the 49er games. And it's very cool. It is something I agree, Vermillion, we should embrace. It's not a bad thing at all. Seahawks daddy, Brandon on record. JSN MVP chance week 1. I agree. Let's go. He's going to take the top of that Patriots defense off. Sam's not going to overthrow him this time. Seahawks Nation, Cardinals have the hardest schedule. Boy, it's got to be tough for Cardinals, don't it, brother? You look over at this thing here. Move my stupid head here out of the way. But you look at this stupid thing here, man, and this is the NFL's easiest, hardest schedules of the NFL. Green is going to be easy. Red is going to be hard. And you look at the Cardinals there, where it's not only you got the toughest schedule, but you're a good distance down there. Like, they couldn't even get your logo on the screen. You're so far off the reservation of the other teams. And Seattle's up there in the mix, They're up the mix kind of to the mean. They're around the mean. But poor Cardinals, man, Hawks Nation. They got such a hard schedule, they lost their beak. That's how tough this one is. Hits keep coming. Playing the toughest division in football, then you get the toughest schedule. It's like, can we get a break? And they're going to somehow still just win just enough games to get themselves out of the quarterback race next draft. KY, Eagles game is confirmed, a 5 p.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time. So not considered prime time, but it's a standalone game, so might as well be considered it. Yeah. Exactly. Not prime time technically, but kind of prime time. And not 10 a.m. like you say, which is the big deal for us on that. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, when is the nanny state, aka Washington, going to let me bet on Hawks online or in any bar instead of having to drive to Snoqualmie Casino to bet? Damn, I miss my old Vegas days. Hopefully soon, man. It's passed. It's supposed to be legal. They just have to figure out how to tax it. And they've taken 17 years to figure out how to tax it. I don't know what the holdup is. You'd think they'd be wanting to get that done so they can earn some more revenue for the state. They certainly love their revenue in the state, don't they? Yeah, Dank, I think Russ gets a job with, he's got a big contract he can probably go make. I think he's going to do a great job with it. I think he'll be a very good, play-by-play color commentary kind of guy. So I think it'd be certainly better than probably Tom would with it, just naturally speaking. Yeah, it's hard to, once you call the ball and retire, you're retired kind of, that's it. It's done. Some quarterbacks can come out. Let's face it. Phil Rivers proved you can be 5 years on your couch and still come out. LeBon, Brando, would you replace Callerup for Jonnu Smith and sign Ayuk if the Gold Diggers release him? I think it'd be very funny to sign Ayuk, and there would be no downside to signing him. You're going to sign him on basically a vet minimum deal. And if you're talking about Ayuk, like having vengeance in his heart, that he sees 49er red and his eyes get red, and that he's like, I'm just motivated to tear their hearts out, put it on a stake, and look at their eyes as the life leaves their eyes. Like, if he's got that kind of feeling to him, I'm not against it. You know what I mean? I think it'd be pretty hilarious, quite frankly. Jonnu Smith, I've always liked him. He's a guy that can block and catch, gives you a little bit of some factor in both accounts. Team seems to be pretty high on Callerup, especially as a blocker. And I think that they're very much concentrating on making sure they've got the inline guys as much as anything else. You know, you've gotten Barner, you've gotten Saubert and Callerup. They're all kind of cut from the same cloth as far as being inline blocking kind of tight ends. And Callerup gave you some moments last year where he blocked really well. He had one run for Charbonnet, I think down by the goal line, that Charbonnet busted last year that he was a real key block on. So I think that the team is pretty happy with what they have there in Callerup. If there was an injury, I think Jonnu Smith would be the first guy you'd be probably bringing up on the old phone. But team does like Callerup reportedly. So, and remember with him, we're talking about him basically as the fourth tight end of the roster. I think Jonnu Smith was signed this week. Oh, there we go. Seahawks daddy A.J. Brown ends up somewhere else other than New England, you think? Ooh. That would be interesting. I've heard it's all but kind of done. How do the Cardinals have the toughest schedule as a fourth place team? It's a great question. It starts with, first and foremost, you're in the toughest division in football. A division last year that had Seahawks with 14 wins, Rams with 12 wins, Niners with 12 wins. So you're playing those teams not once, but all three of those teams you got to play twice. That's 6 games right out the jump. That's going to skew your schedule in a pretty hard way. The other part of this too, Daniel, becomes you're playing the AFC West. So you're going to get the Chargers, you're going to get the Kansas City Chiefs, you're going to get the Denver Broncos in there mixed in as well. And that's kind of it. I mean, then you got the NFC East and Cowboys and Eagles. They have to face as well 2 teams where it's just like you have to face the Lions and the Saints, which are like 2 of those teams that if I had to pick kind of 2 teams, I'd be happy with maybe not necessarily having to face and be like, yeah, those are kind of maybe 2 teams on the rise that I can kind of just avoid if at least regular season wise. Those might be 2 of those teams. So it's just a not fun schedule for them and how this thing's set up. I mean, they got to start out Chargers, Seahawks, 49ers, Giants, Lions, Rams, Broncos, Cowboys, Seahawks. It's a tough schedule for the Cards, 4 Cards. Surprised the Niners were in the green considering they have to play their national games. Yeah, a little bit surprising there with that. They had some other things set up for them. They got the Falcons and Dolphins on the schedule, so that helps them out. Koken, hey Brandon, what's the next syndicate? Excited to hear you guys talk about the schedule. Probably next Thursday, Koken. Maybe when we go live on that. Kendrick says it's been confirmed. Diana Rossini is going to raise the 12th flag week 1. And then flash your boobies in Vrabel's way. Get him, Mike. Get him. Get him, Mikey. Don't forget me. Don't forget me. Maze, I'd rather see Brady than Wilson call games. It's weird, but Brady grew on me as the year went on, and it seems like he really respects the Seahawks. I don't mind Brady. I think I agree with that. I think he got better. He's gotten better. He's a little rough out the gate, but it has improved with time. Wilson's had a couple of moments where he's like been on the Manning cast and just seems like a kind of a natural at it. Definitely we could use more and better overall just color commentators, right? It'd be nice. Daniel, that makes sense. Wow. Should we be afraid of Arch Manning to the Cardinals 2027? Yeah, it's a real possibility. They're as much as any team in the NFL going to be in alignment to be able to go get that number one pick. I mean, think about teams like the Jets that are bad. Sure, you're bad, but you also get to play the Dolphins twice. And Dolphins are in kind of a similar place of you of kind of trying to turn this through a bit. And Cardinals have that schedule as tough as it is. They've leaned into the tank a little bit. Even if it's not Arch Manning, could be one of the other couple other quarterbacks that are going to be very talented and probably very high up in this draft. So, yeah, just the prospect of them getting their quarterback of the future. And then unlike the last couple of quarterbacks of the future for the Cardinals, being Josh Rosen and Kyler Murray, they're going to be able to draft a guy that can be the full meal deal of a player. Being that here's not a guy with limitations. Here's not a guy we're taking in the first round of a quarterback, but he's got a skill set that's kind of commensurate with maybe not being a first round guy. And with Kyler, especially at the size that he was at, it was sort of like Russell Wilson's success pushed everyone to believe that Kyler Murray was a no-brainer as the number one overall pick. But I think that in retrospect on that, you can say, well, yeah, you drafted a 5'5" quarterback with the number one overall pick. It's probably not the best way to go there. Whereas now I think the guys that they'll have coming out next year, they'll be picked in the top 5 are, I think that they're going to have the goods with this. So yeah. 1 second here. We're going to try to get the B&B show tomorrow if we can. Yep. We're going to try to get that off. I've been trying to work with, I need to respond back to Brendan on that. I've been kind of holding off there with it. So we'll try to get him, we'll try to get on with it tomorrow if we can pull it off. Josh says Callum did get 130 snaps on offense and 54 on special teams. That's only 9 games. Yeah. And we're talking about too, the 4th tight end in the roster. So it's kind of a very fluid situation. We're talking about that spot of it, but he did block well. The tape was good on him as a blocker. He's a well-built guy and he can get in there and 12 personnel and being able to run block out of 12 personnel, 13 personnel. A guy in caliber who can probably eat up some fullback snaps if you have some issues at times with Oots again with the neck. So it's very important. When we want to be a good team at running the ball as a first and foremost offensively, you need the dogs to be able to move guys up front. And that's not offensive line. It's not just, receivers. That's your tight ends too. So he's a player the team seems to like a decent amount. Yeah, Coke, and I've been, I had to hold off responding to Brendan on giving me a confirmation on Friday because I've been having to work through some stuff that I might have had popped up tomorrow, but I think I'm going to be freed up. So we'll try to get a B&B show in tomorrow and do a little bit of a breakdown on this schedule and have some back and forth, see what we both kind of think on this. Bill Zimmerman, Arch hasn't impressed me, but the hype is big. Well, this is where that final season of college factors in. There's going to be quarterbacks that we're going to talk about and look at in this upcoming year, and there's a lot of guys. There's guys at the top. There's guys that are kind of interesting that could kind of ascend in certain ways. And Arch is an interesting case study here. And I went back and I've already started. I really wanted to start this year, Bill, and getting into the scouting on some of these players. And what I'm trying to do right now is really get into guys that are charged to go in next year's draft to make sure I can get a look at them now, to then also be able to season what we saw from them improvement-wise, change-wise, development-wise. And Arch is one of those main guys that's at the forefront of that. I think what first makes it hard when you look at Arch is you get told about where he's coming from and how good he is and physical ability, and you watch him throw and you go, well, the arm doesn't feel as super strong as what the measure of the man would seemingly be. And I think that that's true. I think that, if you're talking about arm strength, and I kind of like to go back to kind of the rating on this, like a Madden rating. It's like Arch is kind of like a 91. He's not going to be up there. Lenora Sellers, for instance, is probably like a 94, 95 arm strength type of guy. Probably going to be a couple other quarterbacks in this class that are going to have bigger arms. So with Manning, there is a little bit of that. Throws with a lot of anticipation, throws with a lot of leaning into accuracy, shows some ability to process. I think that the processing and the mechanics and his sense for things on the field definitely have a little bit of that lineage at play. And the mobility stuff, I think, is really true with him, where he gives you ability to be a factor as a passer and as a runner, without having, great major holes in either account in either way. He can throw on the run, off platform. He can improvise. So, he's not necessarily your, how am I going to try to put this? Like, he's not your just, atypical, this is the type of like first round pick you see at the top of the draft guy with the big rocket cannon arm. But there are some, to me, ancillary skill set stuff that he brings to the table that would be enough to still push him up into first round range of things. What do you guys think? 6'1" minimum for a quarterback? I think, yeah, that's about the place that I'd like to start out. I think that you just have to start to work around too many limitations when you get the guy under 6'1". But that'd be about the bare minimum. I wonder about Damon Williams. I do too, especially understanding C-Town that what the guys are listed at right now and what they really are when they get to the combine and they're measured can sometimes be two different things. So, he's at 5'11", and how he's listed right now, is he actually going to measure out at like 5'10" and a quarter at the combine? And this just came out this last week with Brock Purdy. He just came out this past week saying, there are throws that I can't see. And this happened with Russell, and it's happened with Kyler, and you have a big, strong arm, and you can move all over the place. And that's great. But if you can't play on time, on script, because you can't see over the offensive line, they need to create the passing lanes. And if you don't have a passing lane, you just can't see it. And that's going to lead you then to holding onto the ball too much. That's going to lean you into being too much of an improviser, because you don't want to throw it blind. You don't want to just throw it to a spot and hope a defender's not there. Who wants to do that? Especially how fast these defenses are and how much coverages are ever changing. That's the thing about it too, is these cover two shells and the changes of coverage now post snap. Like, those are the worst for shorter quarterbacks. Like, that wasn't as much, commonplace back in the early Russell days of 13. So, there was an ability for those quarterbacks to at least be able to kind of read things true, so that if you were throwing blind to the middle of the field, you knew the coverage that you saw prior to the snap was going to be the coverage that you saw post snap. Well, now with the coverages changing all over the place post snap, that guy can't make that assessment in that same way. He has to throw it purely, boldly, blindly. That's just, to me, a place where I would lean at this time as much as ever away from those shorter quarterbacks. Jack says, Brando, who's the guy that would piss off Patriots fans the most? Got to get that lick back for Butler. Who's the guy that would piss off the Patriot fans the most? If that he went off in this game? I think if Sam cut him apart, they would be pretty pissy about that. He just went out there and threw for like 330 in the opening week. Like, oh, really? Now we're letting Sam do this, right? I was listening to the cool little video on YouTube with the Patriot play-by-play guys as they're calling the Super Bowl, and they're starting out at the start of the Super Bowl, and they're all just talking their stuff, and they're all talking about like, Sam's going to give you one. Sam's giving you one. He just wants to give you one. Like, they just keep repeating it and repeating and repeating it. And Sam never did, of course, but I'd make that a little bit satisfying. Oh, you meant to raise the flag. Oh, my bad, Jack. Okay. I mean, Rossini wouldn't be bad if you could talk her into it. I don't know. That's a good question. Who would be somebody that could fry the Patriots' ass if we had it? Maybe we could get the who was the lady that gave Robert Kraft the massage? Can we track down the lady who gave Robert Kraft the massage and then have her raise the flag? Feels like $1 million idea to me. Dick DeBrando, can you imagine being a neighbor of Archie Manning Sr. during holidays when the Manning boys pile out of the limos for the holidays? It's probably an experience. That's for sure. Mateer is another one of those guys that's going to be interesting to watch this season. You know, got him up in my pre-draft rating. Chris is going to have him up in kind of the 4th, 5th round area of things to start things off going into the year. But all of these QBs can do both things. You can go make yourself a lot of money. You can vault yourself up in the draft, and you can drop yourself back into obscurity. And it's both things. And it can go from being a Nussmeier that's looked at as a no-brainer first-round pick in the next year's draft coming into last college football season to finding himself into the 7th round. And so Mateer is a guy that has some limitations to it. Got a lot of fun stuff with him too. I like him a lot. Like Brian says, I think he's a fun watch. But there's stuff that he's got to take steps forward of and clean up in his game here to be considered kind of a legitimate prospect. Kid's a gamer though. Ours just came here to say Jesus loves you. Well, thank you, Thauer. Appreciate that. Dick did F the national sports media hate and the Darnold hate last year. Go Sam. Hey, go Sam, man. Go Sam. And let him hate. He shut them all up last year, bro. He shut them up. He took a narrative out that's so hard to do, and we really haven't, I think, given him the full respect of it and understanding, like, mentally what kind of strength that you need to have to overcome this type of thing. Where when the NFL and the national audience and pundits and analysts and all these people are talking about you, and they have allowed this narrative to form around you of certainty that you can never shake, you can never get out from under. And it's very rare to see players able to finally shake themselves free of it. It's like once you're captured by it, you're stuck. And Sam was one of the ultimate representations of this because he was so thoroughly captured. So many people were so sure of what he was and what he could not do and how bad he was. And that it was a lot of it was mental too, that somehow mentally he would shrink. And he disproved it all. And he disproved it all with the good old fashioned hard work and getting after it, trying to make himself better and better bit by bit through these last few years until he could finally have the situation and the opportunity to maximize that growth. And the kid really overcame last year and disproved a lot of those narratives out there that people were so sure about. And part of the reason I've got such respect for the guy on top of being a Super Bowl champion for us is just he had to take one of the hardest roads to get here. And he should be one of the ultimate quarterbacks that we ever do root for, because it was not made easy for him. It was not made simple. He had to take one of the toughest roads ever to get here, and he had to make it happen. It wasn't just like, well, did the penny come up heads today? Is it heads? It wasn't the luck factor that drove this. Taker, 610, thank you for the $5 donation. What do you think we'll offer Darnold in an extension, and would it be detrimental if we gave him Purdy money? I feel a salary squeeze coming. So he's at about $33 million per year right now in the current contract. I think that if he comes out this next year and gives you a reasonably close season to what he provided last year, I think that you're going to be looking at probably into the territory of about $45 million per year would be about the spot. Purdy's on the $53 million per year contract, but this is also at that point, we're not talking about the extension being this year, of course, but next year. So you are also kind of talking about it being an extension that's almost like 3 years from when Purdy signed his deal, where the cap has grown a lot and it's not the same dollar for dollar type situation that we're talking here. So I'm sure Darnold's people would push for matching Purdy's contract to 53. I'm sure John would be more down into probably the low 40s to mid 40s. And we would have to just see if there's probably a middle ground to be found at that point. Some of it may depend upon how far Seattle gets this year and what that performance looks like from Sam. Is it strong all the way through? Does it fall off at the end? Is there some issues that continue to be problematic at times when it comes to the turnovers? Darnold's a lot like these college quarterbacks in the final year of their year this year that are looking at being potential first round picks in this upcoming draft, where there's still kind of a lot to prove if you want to go and get that money at that spot. If you're going to be realistic and kind of take this blue collar contract for the quarterback position, which just doesn't tend to be very often, then I'm sure they can find a common ground quite easily. But we do know that with Sam coming off what he's coming off of and being a Super Bowl champion as he is, his people, I'm sure, will be pushing to try to go $55 million per year. But if I'm John Schneider, quite frankly, I would not be in the camp of saying that I feel like I have to spend $55 million per year. I think, John, this is one of the places it'll be very interesting to watch if it goes this direction. If it goes the direction of Sam pushing for wanting more money than they want to spend, if the team doesn't get a little bit hardlined on this and they say, no, we're not a team driven necessarily by our quarterback. It's an important position. We need to take care of it. We need to have a guy that's good enough to do the job, but we're not going to overpay simply because of the fear of the alternative. We're not going to operate that way because that's how all these teams get held over that barrel, and most of them end up regretting it. A high amount of those teams end up regretting those contracts that they give out, that they just have to give out because they're afraid of the alternative. But it's a great question on this taker, and I've been wondering a little bit about it myself. But it's a bit of the factor of a lot of it comes down to how do you play this year? What are you asking for really? Are you trying to break that bank? Are you trying to get up there in that upper mark? Are you trying to be like, well, Super Bowl winning quarterback, you got to pay me what you got to pay me? The Niners negotiated against themselves. They gave Brock 53 negotiating against only themselves. Didn't have to do it. I don't think that John makes the same mistake, and I think that he doesn't like getting back into that pickle of paying a quarterback at some insane amount of money, some top 5, top 6-ish amount of money in the sport, and then trying to build the roster around that. I don't think that you've seen enough in Sam to believe that you can do that if he's going to try to draw it that way. But that's the hard part of this to predict, Taker, because you might have Sam come back and say, hey, I've made my money and I'm still going to make a lot of money on this new contract, but let's save a couple ducats here to help out the team in other ways. You never know in that way too. It was an Asian spa with Kraft. Well, there we go. We got a good amount of that contingent in the Pacific Northwest. It would kind of fit. Jack says, don't think we forgot Kraft leaking our sale during the Super Bowl. They all knew they didn't stand a chance. Well, karma is a Diana. Oh God. Yeah, that's true. See, I think my massage idea for this flag raisers, I'm kind of onto something, They raised the flag, shot to Kraft over in his booth with like all the blood leaving his face. Yeah, the Sam hate was ridiculous. And a lot of people that were armchair psychologists talking about what was going on in his brain that they thought was inside of him, A lot, it wasn't about physical limitations or something like that. It was something like having to do with up here, which was just silly. Brian Zound personally thinks Sam will try to break the bank. I think he likes it here. He's got his flowers here. Just don't think he's going to press the envelope. I don't either. And I think the team's going to be willing to make him very well paid. It's not like they're going to completely chintz him. It's just that we're not going to put you into that stratosphere where this is really going to impel our cap in a major way. We just can't do that. And I if he was smart, I would hope he would take stock of something like that. It's not like he hasn't been pretty well paid out, haven't been a former top end pick in this draft. So we'll see. Hard to predict on that one. Hey, Josh, Joe B, have you any plans to do shows about Hard Knocks episodes? Sure, it's become a fluff show, but it's our fluff show. I might try to move in and see if I can expand on that a little bit, Joss. I've got, we're going to have the hardline shows in every week this year as far as we got the Sunday night games. We got Tuesday roundtable. Going to try to get the behind enemy line session in on Tuesdays as well. Wednesdays, of course, is the Seahawks weekly roundup. Thursday, we're going to be having the B&B show and the Seahawks syndicate. Friday, Saturday, kind of like have to just kind of gather assets and prep up for the next coming week. And then I might be doing Monday Night Football this year, kind of playing with that as kind of like a live play-by-play Monday Night Football thing this season is kind of an expansion, but going to try to lock in a bit of a schedule in that way. And I'll try to see if there's some stuff worth covering. I'll definitely cover it, Joss, for sure. If it's not too fluffy, need a little bit of meat on the bone there with it. And then definitely for sure. Great suggestion, man. Dick to Brandon, well said about Darnold. Was always sad Geno couldn't have the same type of year Sam had. Yeah, agreed. I think that Geno did a lot of stuff similar to Sam. And the work you put in is lonely work. And it's such hard work because there's the work you put in where you get the returns within a month or two. And you go, man, I started this thing out 2 months ago and now I can see this. I go lifting in the gym for 2 months and I lift 5 times a week. And I go 2 months then in the future, I'm going to see gains and muscles will pop and all that. But quarterback's different. It ain't a month or two thing. It's a year by year by year. It's grinding on tape. It's grinding on, very like small movements as far as body wise, band exercises. It's like you're doing all this stuff that isn't exactly a lot of fun, but it makes you better bit by bit. And if you just keep grinding away, you do break through. You do master your position. It's just like a black. You're mastering what you do. Yeah, I thought Gino was very similar. Thomas Brando, what's your opinion of the Seth Wickersham story about a new stadium? Well, I'm not surprised. New ownership will want a new stadium. I kind of wonder if the renovations might be the compromise. Yeah, it's one where I can understand, like you say, why they would want it. And I think that it is something that, while I think that Lumen's fine to last and continue to go on for another, potentially even almost 20 years, that still does put it in the purview of the new ownership, being that they're probably going to own this team past 20 years, so that they're going to have to cross the stadium bridge at some point during their time of owning the Seattle Seahawks. So it's probably smart, they're smart to probably be thinking about this as part of the sale process of how do we get that done? Are we going to be able to do that from the city? Can we, how is that going to look? So it's something that I understand. You might be right. They might be able to figure out the renovations. This does seem to come back to luxury boxes as much as anything else. It doesn't seem to be as much that the stadium is somehow technologically behind the eight ball. It was built in 1962 and they don't even have Wi-Fi. It's not that. So it does seem to come down to luxury boxes, and that would seem to be something that you could build more of, maybe. But it's going to get to that point within 20 years is kind of the latest you'll probably push the stadium to where they're going to want something new. Maybe it should last longer than that. Maybe that shouldn't be the way it is, but I understand. It's kind of this is the new norm, Thomas, and I was mentioning back to the Kingdom. Let's face it, the Kingdom went 76 to 97, right? 98. So, you only got 30 years out of the Kingdom. We opened up in 2000. So, it's if by the same timeline now, the Kingdom wasn't as well built as Lumen, but by the same timeline, you'd go, yeah, okay. Makes sense. What's up, Donnie? How you doing, man? Sorry about the passing of Clarence Carter. Rest in peace, Clarence. Jack Brando, I got my bookmarks ready for this year. I had a good 2,000 last year. I'm still laughing at the stuff the national media say about our Hawks, slowly turning their options as the year went on. Laughing my ass off. I'm going to put together, I've had some really great luck on the channel, Jack, to your point, on doing some of those videos that are just kind of the cut-ups of some of the first predictions of Seahawks, of New England, media people and those associated with the New England program. And then I did a video of them and them having their comeuppance and eating their crow. Then afterwards, it's done really well. I do like about a couple thousand views on those videos a day. But I'm going to do one about the predictions for the Rams this year, Jack, and all of the pundits out there that are proclaiming the Rams are no doubt now further ahead of the Seattle. They're no doubt way better than Seattle. I've got them all I'm going to probably get it done before the year, but that's going to be one of my projects. Because I want that all prepped and ready like you with the bookmarks. Same way. Coke and Brando, what's the pros and cons of a Week 11 bye, including our pre and post bye opponents? What's your analysis? I don't think that there's really a negative to this. This is about the exact spot of this is about the time of the schedule that you want to have the bye week. So I don't think that there's really a downside to this. I think you're coming out of the bye week and you're heading into probably what is collectively at the back of the schedule, week 12 through 18. That's the toughest part of your schedule to deal with. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And so having not only the bye week there, but then having kind of two easier opponents to sort of set the stage up for that final run, I think is going to be very important as far as managing players, managing injuries, getting players in the right position to be at their strongest for that stretch run. So I think it's really all the way down the line, just ideal in its positioning and where it lands. This is where you'd like to have a bye just in general terms, but especially with the literal and exact opponents that you're going to play at the time of the year that you're going to play them. So I think it sets up really well, man. You've got kind of the tough chunk at the top of the season where it'll be weeks 4 through 8, a little bit of some tough opponents there, albeit a lot of home games in that span then to get that done. Then you get a little bit of the reprieve with the Cardinals, Raiders, catch your breath. Then the bye week, fully get the breath caught. Bam. Now you come back around to the 49ers, Cowboys, Giants, Eagles, Rams, Panthers, and you've got everybody kind of rested up and set. You've hopefully been able to set the stage, right? Get it all kind of prepped where if you've got a guy, Cardinals and Raiders, I've been kind of making this comparison, Koken, where you get those two games and you go, I got Leonard Williams a little bit beat up this game against the Cardinals. And I got Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence beat up a little bit for this game against the Cardinals. Can I sit these guys this week? Can I sit them against the Raiders? Can I give them the bye week? Can I give them essentially 3 weeks off in the middle of the year to then set them up for that stretch run, to have them fresh for that stretch run? I think I might be able to do that. So in all ways, Koken, I'm not trying to be a positive Paul in this in just every fashion, but I just think it's nothing but good in regards to this one. Watch the long shows for Hard Knocks. Let's go, man. That's a great idea. Maybe we'll have to do something like that. Chris says Kraft gets his plane serviced to Boeing Field. I was here last week. Next time it's in town, bumper sticker the hell out of it. We could come up with some pretty creative bumper stickers, I think, for Kraft too. I break for handies. Max, I'm so excited to see the fellas even more in Hard Knocks. I know how boring. I don't care how boring it is. I'm going to gobble it up like a little piggy. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. And it's going to be stunning to look at. I mean, their cameras and 8K and out there on the water and the way that thing's going to look, I mean, it's going to be stunning out there. So, I'll be watching every minute of it, man. It's fluff, but it's going to be fun fluff. You know what I mean? It's going to be tasty sugar. It may just be sugar, but it's going to be tasty sugar. It's going to melt in your mouth like cotton candy. You just wanted money. You had a nice chip on your shoulder. Guy's payday. It won't pay off in wins, but as well as fat. Yeah, I think there's some stuff. I think there's similarities about how hard they work and what the path they had to take to get to where they got. But I think that there are some also direct differences between Sam and Gino in certain ways too, to your point. Thomas Brando, I'm all for keeping Sam, but a price, I understand he won a Super Bowl, but I like to keep my eyes and ears on a quarterback who can be a game changer. I know it's a long shot, but the Green Bay model I like. Well, that's where I think I think I'm in the same place. I think that I'm not willing to pay a quarterback the kind of high watermark money that exists on some of these star quarterbacks. It's that too many of these quarterbacks are making this amount of money when they're not that guy. And I love Sam a lot, and maybe he can gain a level of confidence he's never had before and become the best version of himself than we've ever seen before. And that he turns into that guy this year. Maybe, but I haven't seen it yet. And I don't want to pay it if I haven't seen it. And if it's at the place it is, I pay him a little bit less. I can build a stronger roster around him. I don't need him to be that guy. I can build like we did last year. I can build that Super Bowl roster. I can build a dominant team. I can build a team that can win the Super Bowl easily still with a quarterback that's in that manner, but he's got to be paid at the right price point. And that the second you pay these quarterbacks at the price point that's too much because you just decided that you had to do it is the place that you start off to make some bad choices on your roster. Did the Jacksonville Jaguars this year let Devin Lloyd go in part because of the Trevor Lawrence contract? If Trevor Lawrence was on a little bit more of an economical deal to where he's truly performed as a player, can you now keep a Devin Lloyd? What difference will that make next year for the Jaguars if they had one versus the alternative situation? It's not a small thing, and it gets treated to me like a small thing. And Thomas, when it comes to these people and their outlook at times of paying the quarterback of, well, you just got to pay him. You just got to pay him. And I think I'm right there with you. I go, what's the price exactly going to be? And no, I am not going to overpay. Here's the price. Here's what you can make. That's what we're paying. And I am a believer that, others can do it. And I don't want Sam to go anywhere else. And I want him to be the QB of the future. But I do not like how these quarterbacks have just kind of taken for granted the fact that they can walk in the door and say, you're going to make me this high of a paid player. I'm going to make more than double the next guy on this roster. I think that that's BS. I think it's BS that quarterbacks, just because they can do it, doesn't mean they should have done it. Abdi B, would TJ Watt fit in the Hawks defensive scheme? Sure. He's an outside 3-4 linebacker. He's got some power that he can work off along with some pass rush moves that he's got, baked within. But he's been an outside edge guy his whole career, stand-up guy. You just worry a little bit about him as far as, injuries go, Abdi, where you go, where is he at as far as, health-wise go? Because it seems like he's kind of getting more and more beat up here as the years go along, and might not be a lot left to be really tapped into. Could be a guy that just kind of ages fast. Yeah, Vegas did get rid of Geno's in New York now. Taker 610, thank you for the $5 donation, Taker. Well, we also could pay Sam through a sham shell company to circumvent the cap like Steve Ballmer did with Kawhi Leonard. We have options. Yes. That always does as a potential out there. And, Steve got caught for it. And I think that is as much just because it was kind of so overt. I think a lot of owners are doing this type of stuff. I don't think he was sort of just the only one with this. I just think it's that, again, just didn't have it as layered to hide it as well. But it certainly is there's something that exists out there. You know what I mean? And frankly, if I was an owner of a team, I would have connections and discussions throughout local businesses that exist in my market. And I'd be like, I'd come in and be like, look, let's figure out some things here. Let's see if we can help our players out a little bit here. Not as much to circumvent the cap, but at least just to give them some little extras, Jack says that his Chargers have the 49ers substation in their schedule video. Grandizer Hawks Nest. Apologies if you mentioned it, but no international games for the Hawks. If you had expenses paid, first class lodging, et cetera, and got to choose the country, who would you choose? Probably London or Australia. Grandizer will be one of the two, I would say. I think that those would individually be pretty fun, either or there on that one. It's a good question. Thomas Brando, what sucks is that the Vrabel Bees will talk when the Pats come to Seattle till that game. I'd much rather Seattle start with Chicago. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. Chris says just small renovations are the way. There's no place to build a new stadium otherwise. Oh, and that's the other problem with building the new stadium is that you worry about a bit with this is that there's this new thing now with we're just going to build the stadium wherever. And it stops mattering that it's actually in the city itself. And you look at Kansas City right now, they're going to move across the state border potentially. And I think Chicago's got something similar going on. And, San Francisco doesn't play in San Francisco, right? When they build the stadium out in Snohomish or not Snohomish, but, build it out in Issaquah or something, just because it's just better for the pricing to do it that way. And you'd hope not, because there's such a charm to having the stadium in the city itself like it is. But this is maybe why this is holding up a little bit of, as we heard Wickersham talk about, Chris, this is why this is holding it up, is that there's maybe not a straightforward, easy answer when it comes to the stadium long term. 2 Rams games in 3 weeks, Jack. It ain't going to be easy, man. It's going to determine the division right there. Kevin O'Connell says, I was walking around amongst the homeless and thought to myself, you know what this place needs? Another stadium. And yeah, Brian, one of the cool things about this schedule, man, was that you have a schedule this year that really uniquely so more than any year in recent memory. The amount of miles you're flying is so much lower than it's ever been. We're usually up around 32, 33, 34,000 miles flown. This year, you got the Niners leading at 38,000 miles. The Rams up at 30, almost 5,000 miles. Seattle Seahawks actually down at 22,000 miles this year. Not bad. Thomas Brando, I think Seattle makes a major trade we aren't talking about. I could see it, and I maintain somewhat to your point of this, the same thing a little bit, Thomas, in the respect of, I believe that you're sitting on this $28 million and that there's going to be another move made. Yeah, I think you're going to get an extension done with Witherspoon, but there's going to be more done beyond that. When you consider too, it's not just the $28 million of cap space you're sitting on, it's that you have the least amount of dead money in the entire National Football League by far. $500,000. That's it. I mean, there are teams that are literally sitting on $111 million of dead money, and you have $500,000. So you have as much money as just about anybody in the National Football League, and then you have as much flexibility of movement with that money as much as anybody in the National Football League. I think John's just waiting for the right time to strike, but I do believe he's going to strike. QB cash can kill seasons. Yeah. There's a price every time to be paid when you make those guys that payment. And every team's rationale is the same. Well, you just got to do it. Well, what about the alternative? Well, you just got to do it. Well, what about the alternative? What are you going to do? Where else are we going to look? And I always say, as I've gotten a hint and sense of this stuff over the years on this type of stuff, fear, panic, fear and panic. These decisions cannot drive your organization. You cannot look at a quarterback and say, well, we signed this guy because what else are we going to do if we don't do that? Maybe there's other positions you can do that with, but not the QB one. Not that one especially. Because the price will be there to be paid. And now you're paying for a guy whose skill set and abilities do not fit to what you're paying him. And now your roster is also going to have to take the hit by the guy that you can't sign, you can't keep, that you got to trade, you got to release, because you got to free up the money in order to fit that quarterback's contract on the books. It doesn't work. And it's one that gets so many teams in trouble, but so many teams, when you watch and you backtrack why they do it, why a Niner team negotiates against themselves. I've asked this question. Have you still yet seen anybody post this out there? Was there really a team out there last year that was going to trade for Brock Purdy, give the Niners the draft capital they wanted, and then give him $53 million per year? Do any of us at all believe that that was going to be the case of any team in the National Football League? I don't. That's the Niners negotiating against themselves, and they're negotiating with that fear factor. Well, if we don't sign Brock, who do we get? Who do we put in here? Meanwhile, Mac Jones comes in last year and plays right about the same level, if not better, than Brock Purdy did. At significantly less cost. And if you had just made Brock play on that rookie year, that final rookie year of his deal, and came to find that out about Mac, now you're not in the hawk in that way. It's so much smarter to be careful on this than it is to just hit the automatic button, which I hear a lot of fans will want sometimes to do when it comes to this. Not just, I'm talking Hawk fans, but just national fans. And the pundits absolutely do this. They all do this. All of the major talking heads, listen to them. Whenever there's a quarterback that's up to be due to be paid, they'll say, you just got to do it. You just got to do it. They put no thought into it. They don't have any analysis. They're just like, well, if you don't do it, then what are you going to do? If you don't do it, and it's all back to that fear mindset thing. Leave the fear mindset. Fear is the mind killer. Can't operate that way. But these teams do. It's one place where I'm glad John doesn't. I think that's one place where he's learned the hard lesson on this. He understands the weight of it, like he had to deal with the Russell Wilson contract and what that did to his roster and the choices that he had to make because of that. I think he understands this now as well as anybody else. Bellevue guaranteed. Yeah, it'd be the east side, Kevin, for sure. If it's getting moved up, I could see him doing that for sure. 100%. That'd be a tough one. That'd be a tough sell. Nice, Dorian. That'd be super fun. It would be a lot of fun. I'd love to get over at some point in Britain, and that'd be a great excuse to get over there and check it out. Go there a couple days early just to kind of take in the city a little bit, walk around. Manny says, I like Sam as our quarterback, but once you get to that funny money, I'm good. Rather go get cheap vet. I would too, Manny. I just think that that's the better market opportunity. Let's take advantage of all the other teams that are in that automatic mode. Well, you got to pay him. Well, you got to pay him. Well, you got to pay him. Where they're just like, they're lemmings running off the edge of the cliff to their own obscurity by how their cap is going to be hindered. Rather than running and jumping off the cliff, let's try to go the alt direction. Doesn't guarantee success in alt direction, but it does mean maybe there's the market opportunity there to go the alt direction. And John's taken this approach. He did it with the Geno contract and the Geno approach and going at him rather than, you got to take Malik Willis. You got to take Desmond Ridder. You got to take Kenny Pickett. John's like, no, I don't like any of those guys. I'll take the market opportunity. And to me, that's the way to go. And you just had the greatest of successes taking this approach. So why break that approach? Why go differently just because you happen to have had your guy? You can replicate it again. You know what you're looking for. You know what's out there. The Sphere was cool, Max. That's good to hear. I hear it's awesome. I'd love to check out the Sphere. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Fear is the mind killer, quote unquote. It is. And I'm certainly stealing that one. I know I am, but it's the truth of what I see in these organizations. Because you do autopsies on all organizations as you think about them. What breeds success? What breeds failure? What leads you to the promised land? What leads you to hell? What are the choices that you make? What drives the choices of NFL organizations to get themselves to one place or another? And there's certainly those things that come up into play, Garth, that are like the Bengals being cheap, or bad ownership that can't get out of the way of the front office. There's other things and other factors that come into play that can certainly screw organizations. But fear is a really big pusher in the National Football League of decision making. And the quarterback stands as the center of this. I'm afraid of losing my job. I'm afraid of us being held back by the quarterback position. I'm afraid of if I let this guy go here, I can't find the guy over here. If you're operating in fear, as we know, then you're operating in that reptilian point of your brain. Like you got this whole brain and it all just goes down to the reptilian side. You could be operating from all of this hemisphere, left and right, all the way over here, consideration, wisdom, synapses is firing in every direction. We're just going to draw it all down to this little bulbous area into the brain, into this little reptilian center, fight or flight. That's what going into the fear model will do for you as an NFL organization. And these quarterback contracts, because there's nothing more reinforcing. There's nothing more I can tuck myself in at night. If I've got my quarterback, I don't have to go look for one. I've got one. I think he's good enough. That makes me happy enough. I think he's good enough. I'm paying a lot. I'm paying probably too much, but I got my quarterback. Boy, if I don't have my quarterback, that's the scariest thing. Not paying one too much. Is it? Are we sure? Are we sure maybe paying the one too much that's not that good isn't maybe the worst thing? That maybe that's not, the badder approach to go, the worst approach to take. You're awesome though, Garth. Good to see you in the house, brother. Hope you've been doing well. Love the Dune reference. Hell yeah, man. Love me some Dune. And I believe it. Josh says, laughed out loud, the Vikings could have used a little bit more fear when figuring out their quarterback situation. Well, I would argue to you that they're a team that's actually fallen into the trapping of exactly what I'm talking about, just from a different angle of it. Because though the pay factor of the fear thing comes in, Josh, to this, and that's a valid part of this. Another part of this is the drafting factor. We don't know if we're going to be in this position to take a quarterback again anytime soon, so we have to take one here now. Our roster's so good. I mean, this is a little bit, Josh, like what the Rams just did with Simpson, right? And that's where I go back to, like, there's a little bit of fear involved on this. This is less of you being so in love with this prospect, and there's a little bit of fear that I can backtrack off this. So the Vikings are up there with McCarthy. And they don't know where their quarterback situation's at, but they're like, well, we're picking up this high, so we've got to take a guy. We got to grab one. Is he that good? Is he that deserving of truly being a first round quarterback? Really? Like, are you as really sure about that? Or is that more of the fear of like, well, if we don't get this guy, then what's the other options? They didn't know Sam was going to do what he did. But then look at the Vikings situation over this next 2-year stretch. Because you have McCarthy, Darnold comes in there, takes off, but then Daniel Jones also goes through that building during this time frame. So they literally had 2 of those 3 quarterbacks that they didn't have to give that draft capital up to, that they could have gone to if they had been open-minded to this being a possible approach for how they address their quarterback position. But because their mind was so set on it, it has to be a guy we draft, that made them blind to the options that were truly there in front of them. And so it is a different situation than what I'm talking about, Joss, here with this. I mean, the Vikings is a little bit of a different one to that, but where they land at now, and I think you're right about it, where it's like, they're not landing at a good answer. I would offer to you that there really at this point isn't a good answer to be had. The good answer to be had was to more of hitch your wagons to Sam or hitch your wagons to Daniel Jones. With a team this good and this prepared to go out there and win, don't take the great unknown in McCarthy at this point, which is what they did. But that's the other side of that to me, of the pay the little bit better than average quarterback top end salary. The inverse of that to me in the drafting is you draft the guy too high because you just have to take quarterbacks, because you just have to find a quarterback, because you just have to find your guy. That becomes more of the kind of the other side of this a bit. Good point though. Art Levy just watched the schedule perform short, a work of art. Okay, I'll check it out. Looking forward to that. Definitely tickets are getting pricey, Cave Troll. Appreciate you, Garth. KY, don't want to steal Dan Vienn's thunder because I'm sure he will discuss on the syndicate, but love his take about the Rams games being late in the year. We'll give Neil and Clark more time to get used to our defensive scheme. True enough. Let those young pups get fully acclimated, hopefully by that point, KY. Yeah, it's a good point by Dan and yourself. Give you equal credit. You brought it up. Yeah. Max says, the Rams later in the year. The schedule's rigged as hell for the Hawks, and I'm here for it. Let's go. JHHG, what's the possibility this turns into a season from hell? I mean, injuries can always cause that to happen, but I don't think that if you don't have injuries, there's anything that can cause that to possibly happen. Even in Fleury as a new offensive coordinator, there's so much support and so much return and so much set up for his success this year that I just don't think that he fails outright. So injury would be the only thing that could come up, HHG. And you never know in the NFL. That can happen to any team. It's your number in a given year. It's your number. I think it does help when you put a young roster together to be able to avoid it naturally. Younger rosters just tend to stay healthier. Older rosters tend to get beat up, tend to miss games. So it is one where we are in good shape from that standing of things, but it is worth kind of, that's always to me, the one thing you always just get a little concerned off, and health worked out really well for us last year. Bill says the Vikings were gambling, the McCarthy be their Purdy. They did. They did indeed. And that's where I'd come back to saying, man, you got a roster that's very close to being Super Bowl made ready. Don't gamble. You got a roster in that place we come back to, Bill, where we go, I always say, you got to start out as a team every offseason of where am I as a team? Am I rebuilding? Am I ascending? Am I a purgatory? Am I elite? And the Vikings team, you could say, hey, we're very close to being kind of an elite roster here if we can get just functional quarterback play. I think they decided more of like, well, we have to get more of that guy that can be kind of a dynamite, a little electric, a little bit more of the upside that we're going to try to kind of pivot towards. Garth with another $10 donation. Thank you for that, Garth. You are the man. Brando, I just got on here when I sent that Dune reference. If the schedule is released, can you give me a brief synopsis? If you can't, because it's been belabored over the stream, I understand. My Garth, anything for you, brother. I got you, brother. I got you. So I think in general terms, I'll put your donation off so I can kind of show the schedule here as I got to present it. Thank you for the dono, by the way, brother. You're awesome. The first thing that stands out to me, Garth, is that, as we went over this at the top of the show, I tend to look for these kind of factors to be things that, are real big harbingers to me about whether or not you have a good schedule or not. What's the miles traveled? Your team tends to lead the NFL in miles traveled. That's harder on players, harder on them getting their bodies prepared and ready for games. The lower the miles traveled, the better. Primetime games, the more the better. The Seattle Seahawks, Garth, and this is over their history. The Seattle Seahawks on their history are 73, 42, and 1. So about 113 games played, something like that, 115 games played, 116. You've got a 64% winning percentage in primetime games in Seattle Seahawks history. All the much more better and even more improved when you have actually good Seahawks teams. Short weeks, the less short weeks, the better. No gauntlets in the schedule. One tough team after one tough team after one tough team, that's tough. No 10 a.m. games or fewer 10 a.m. games. Strength of schedule. Bye week at the right time. These are the things that, you're kind of looking for. And when it comes down to this schedule, Garth, it's well suited. Strength of schedule, you got the 11th toughest schedule in the NFL. Not too shabby. For a Super Bowl winning roster, for a first place schedule, to get the 11th hardest, I'll take that. You look at the short weeks, no real short weeks, no real significant short weeks. You've got the one spot here where it's the Niners. Then you got to go to the Broncos on Thursday Night Football. That's the one real short week. No international games. You're traveling only 22,000 miles this year, so you're 10th in the NFL in travel distance, but far below what you've been at in recent years and far below what the 49ers and Rams are going to have to travel at this year. You've got the schedule chopped up into kind of two chunks as far as difficulty goes, as far as the difficult sections. So those sections would be the Chargers to the Bears game, and then you would have approximately the 49ers all the way through the Rams game, with the exception of the Giants kind of put in there as the one maybe easy little road that you have in there. But what is nice is that you have some ability to kind of prepare yourself up for both of those kind of runs at the schedule. You've got a little bit of some ease help, I think, to begin this off with how this starts up. You get the bye week before that final run there, and then you have the Cardinals, Raiders there set up, Garth, in a way to kind of get your team prepped up, where if you have guys that are kind of beat up and maybe they need a couple of weeks to get the body right for these games to come up, well, you got that 3-week period where you can kind of set the stage right in that way at that point. So 7 primetime games, you love that. That removed down the number of 10 a.m. games. I know I have on here, I think listed the Giants at 10 a.m. That's actually a 1 o'clock game because that's at home, Garth. So you only have 2 10 a.m. games. That's phenomenal. I think that the schedule was pretty well set up and balanced in a way that this is not going to be incredibly difficult to get through. I think you can go get 13 wins again on this schedule. I think that's very feasible here, Garth, in my opinion. So it's solid, man. I feel good. This is a schedule with a very good chance to go out there and repeat. You get the Rams at the end of the year. There's some older players on that roster. If they're down certain very important players on that roster that are a little bit older, that could be the difference at that point when it comes down the line at the end of the year, and that these teams are so closely together, and that could be the factor, in a fairly major way at that point. If they're down to Devontae Adams and down to Poona Ford, for instance, versus you a little bit closer to full health, that could be the mitigating factor to allow you to get past them next year, Garth. So solid schedule for us, man. It's not quite as easy as last year, but that's as much just because the opponents as much as how the schedule's set up. But no international travel, no multiple short weeks. There's a little bit of a run there at the end of the year where you're going to play like 3 games in 21 days or something, 18 days or something. But it's all pretty. I think that there's a way to get through this, man. I think there's a way to still dominate, get the number 1 seed once again there, Garth. Back in the house, Megan. Good to see you. Back in the house. Abdi Brandon, that's exactly why I love we have the bye week 11, and no long travel for our players. First time in a long time, man. Players are going to be probably clapping when they see the travel time this year. Like, really, only 22,000. Like, we've led the league multiple times in recent years, and we tend to be 33 to 35,000 miles. You're down at 22,000. That's great. Ethan, Hawks Nest, fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Let me do it the Yoda voice.
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Not bad, Yoda. Joss, my favorite schedule stat is rest differential because it sounds like a nerd stat, but then suddenly fans panic about it those weeks where the opponent gets more rest. Yeah, I like rest differential. It's a good one. That's an important one, man. You get more rest than your opponent. It's those little things that can help each one out versus the other. Brian says, to crush your enemies, see them driven before you and hear the lamentations of their women. Oh, I got that one.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
Oh, yeah, the old Conan quote. The old Conan quote. Can't beat that one, man. See down the Colts to the Simpsons for their schedule release? They must be going crazy on these schedule releases. You got AI video now, so you can go pretty wild with it, I guess. You can go pretty damn wild with that. Max, the power of the dark side. Let's get a little power of the
The
dark side. Here.
power of the dark side.
One more time on in here through there. All right, we're going to start to put a button up on this. If you guys got some last questions or comments, concerns, just be Brando Hawksnest. If you can put that on in the chat, and we'll start to put a little bit of a button on this one. We're going to be coming back tomorrow about 12 o'clock with the B&B show, and me and Brendan will try to get a little bit more deeper into, get a little bit deeper into the schedule tomorrow on that side of it. So do please tune on in there. But thank you guys again for a great show today. And again, just any of the last questions, let's get them on in. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. He says, thanks for the breakdown, Brando. Anytime for you, brother. Anytime. I always trust your objective opinion as you aren't a total pom-pom guy. I'm not. And it is a beautiful territory to be able to be in right now, Garth, in that, knowing my track record here and so many tough conversations and difficult things with the team that we had to turn over in recent years, and go through. Give me one sec here. But it is the great place to be at as a guy that's done this channel and starting out. And as I began this channel, as you were with me from the onset of this, Garth, we had to turn over so many things that were tough about this team and that need to be changed, and where we were going to be limited as far as we could go, and had to be honest about it. And the nice part about being honest about things in the bad times is that when things are in great times and you believe, and you really, not only are you in great times, but you know that you're solidly there because the team is intelligently being ran and they're doing smart things, and they're doing it right, essentially, Garth. And so it does mean at that point that you get to be completely unbiased, but also completely in a way where you're celebrating what the team is doing on nearly every decision. And it's a unique place to be in. It is one where I really appreciate the fact that we have a franchise that is just this good and this well run and this smart. Because I see other teams, other content creators that got to kind of follow these teams that aren't that. And a lot of them that have to then dress things up and try to find the positive when their positive doesn't exist. So it's a cool place to be in, Garth. And it's one where, we've earned this success. John's earned this success. He didn't do this because he got one or two decisions right and that tilted the table here, as we're going to be doing a show regarding John this off season. It's a lot of little decisions that you got right through the run of this last 3 years. It's boom, 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 boom. It's also those decisions that you avoided. Those, that you trade Russ and the fan base and the practically half the state calling for him to draft any quarterback, just any quarterback in this draft, and him saying, no, we'll ride with Geno. We're going to roll with Geno. We're going to trust in Geno to get this done. And he was correct for it. So it's a cool place to be a Garth, man. And thank you for that. Appreciate it. It's a good schedule, bro. It's a really good one as far as how it's set up, and that you're not running into some real tough plot spots. It's not going to be an easy one, but this is definitely one where it's set up for you to be able to go on another run where you can go take care of business, go stack another 13-win season up, go get that number one bye. And if they can accomplish that, as I've said before many times, you get that. Last few times you've done it, you've gone to a Super Bowl each and every time. And, now a couple of those times you actually went and won the Super Bowl. Megan with another 5. Or Megan, you've dropped a bunch of donos today as well. Thank you for all of your support. Have recently started collecting Disney pins and got 9 new Dark Side Sith pins this morning. Seems perfect for today, don't you think? Laughing out loud. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Dark Side defense. It's I never thought we'd ever get a chance, Megan, to have another defense that could be good enough to be truly, you get a nickname, but if you're, hey, you guys ever remember Saxonville? Do you remember the year of the Saxonville? No? You guys forget that one? So you can have a defensive name that people are just going to forget. Nobody forgets the Legion of Boom. And I don't know if anybody's going to ever forget the dark side either now on top of it, especially with the exclamation point performance of the Super Bowl against the Patriots. But they just get to carry it forward into this season and cement this legendary defensive status. If you can come back again this year and lead the league in defense once again, what that does historically as far as where that puts you on the plane, we're that team. And no other team's got that. No other team's got two separate generations of great defenses on their books. I mean, you can even look at it like with offenses, with like your greatest show on turfs types. You don't get the historical offense again and again in different eras. Steelers, there's the steel curtain. Ravens had their Ravens defense at the time. That day's done. 85 Bears lasted for their couple of years and they were done. And Bears didn't have another monster of the midway defense really come down. I guess you could say maybe the monster midway defense in the 70s, but that team wasn't really winning. They had a cool nickname, but that wasn't really getting them anywhere for it. We got two. Abdi, Brandon, what do you think of our schedule release of the Cologne? Do you think the video was great? I haven't had a chance to check it out yet, Abdi. I've been live the whole afternoon here, so I haven't had a chance to look at it. But I'll check it out after the stream today. Give you guys my opinion on it tomorrow. Brandon tearing up because he knows we're three-peating. I would tear up if I knew we were three-peating. That would cause me to do that. That is for sure. Appreciate you, Megan. Thank you for the donation. You and Garth, awesome as ever. Saxonville's growing on me. You get those defenses that start naming themselves a little early, Garth, before they've quite accomplished anything, and it can be like, yeah, that's not the greatest look. Mick says, first stream I missed from the beginning in a while. I forgot that schedule release was today. I would have planned my first date for tomorrow. Love the streams, Brando. It happens. I also was kind of having to schedule the stream at a weird time, Mick. I was trying to see if I could maybe go a little bit earlier, see if we got the schedule release leak earlier on this one. So it was kind of a weird timed day as well. We will be coming back tomorrow, though, too, as well. 12 o'clock, me and Brendan are going to be going into a little bit more in the depth into the schedule and getting into some of the details of stuff and, where these teams are at and where the schedule kind of set us up at, too. Whoa, I'll never forget Saxonville. Ethan, Brando, following the Super Bowl win, I'm curious if you had a tear fall from your eye, just thinking about the journey and all. I don't know, man. I kind of have become less. I'm pretty hardened in my old age, Ethan. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty stoic and hardened with that type of stuff. It does still bring out the emotion. It just doesn't lead to the sort of the tears side of it, but you appreciate it. You really do appreciate it. And like Garth was talking about, not waving the pom-poms and being, kind of unbiased and try to be objective in doing this. There's a real heavy satisfaction to this on a lot of different levels from this season. And it's part of why I said it was my favorite season in Seahawks history, because we did have to go through the rough lands here in the early part of this channel in 2019 when we started up with where the team was at and some of the bitterness and going to this sort of end of the Legion of Boom era where you were wondering at that time, as many thought of like, was this our era? Was this the era of our football history that will be had and we'll never come back to? And what's done is done, and that we got to enjoy while we had it, but that's not coming back around again anytime soon. And especially once Paul Allen passed, where you go, that especially seems to be the cementing of it. And then you had a lot of couple of years then forward from that seemed to kind of confirm that you had topped out and that you might still be somewhat decent, but that this thing is kind of eroding and coming down to an end game. And then to turn this back around this sort of fast and to get back to the promised land and to have created a great team and a great young team, beyond making me emotionally, I just find it very satisfying. And it just makes me happy as much as anything else, because it's so hard to be done. And what John's pulled off here and being the only general manager that's been able to do this should show this to us, that it's almost an impossibility to be able to get it to go. And he's found a way to do it. And he's done it, as I say, by doing a multitude of things right and correctly. And the ownership's been in lockstep. They've got to get the credit with this as well. And the decision to move on from Carroll, but to keep Schneider, to get Schneider back the power and the control on that one. And to trust in that and understand what a talent he was at the general manager position rather than just lumping him together with Carroll in that situation and saying that they're both inextricably linked no matter what. Wasn't the case. So, there wasn't really a tear as much as it was, satisfying. There might have been more of the tear at the Bronco win when we had it because, there was also a time from a Hawk fan perspective where you're like, we'll never get to a Super Bowl. I mean, especially after the 05 Steeler game, you started to wonder, like, would the NFL even ever allow us to win? Even if we were good enough to get there, would they just cut us out at the knees? And that wasn't the case then, but still very satisfying. No tears, but very satisfying. Big smiles. Josh says, hot take, Seahawks' best offseason move was keeping John Benton. Eagles lost Dalton. The Bills lost Cromer. And we almost lost Benton. True enough, man. True enough. Can't underrate a great offensive line coach. I mean, that's worth its weight in gold. And they weigh a lot. Dig to Brandon. Any vibe on what Fleury's first touchdown play call will be? Hand off to Price. AJ in the end zone. It's going to be Barner. He's going to hit the tight end on a flat route. It's going to be a little skinny. It's going to be a little skinny throw to the flat off an inline Barner look. That's how I see it. There's no crying in baseball. Are you crying? You're crying. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation, man. If I was the Jags, I would acquire nothing but sack specialists to resurrect Saxonville. I officially love it. They got some pretty good pass rushers down there, man. You got Hines and Trayvon Walker. They just rewarded there, Garth. So Armstead's down there. They got some of the stuff for a Saxonville 2.0. Man, thank you though, Garth. Appreciate you, man. The great defense that never was. Jacksonville used to be my Madden team. Counted my friends Peyton Manning with Rasheed Mathis, John Henderson, Marcus Stroud, and underrated GOAT, Fred Taylor. That was a good team, man. And Henderson and Stroud, boy, those were some big dudes up front. You talk about a mountain of just interior defensive linemen. Big boys. Megan says, Hawks Nest. Oh, and I'm getting your Lombardi organized too. Oh, thank you, Megan. Ooh, I'm stoked for that. That's going to be fun. Can't wait to get that on the backdrop. I already got this position picked out, Megan. Definitely will go watch the Hawks reveal video on that one for sure, HHG. Mick, it was so gratifying that Sam Darnold was able to win the Super Bowl after the whole media was dogging him week in, week out and saying stuff like he won't do that in the playoffs. It was awesome. And then you've got the conference championship where it's like, not only are the turnovers not coming, which they all are predicting, it's going to come. Turnovers are going to come in droves. But then you get this 350 yard passing performance in the conference championship, which was really the Super Bowl. And he's out there doing that in what really was the Super Bowl, truly. And to do that on that kind of big stage against that team that had his number, I mean, that they were the epicenter. They were the pinnacle. They were the peak of this narrative, Sam never being good enough, always being far short because of this team as much as anything else. So you just feel great for Sam. He's earned this by every account. He's a great leader, a great teammate, a hard worker. There are those quarterbacks that come out that are ultra talented, that fail, that don't seem to really love the sport, that seem to be a little bit more about their, how do I get the most money? How do I get the most endorsements? How do I be about this or about that? Sam just seems to be old school wired in that he's all about ball. He loves the sport. He just wants to win. It's the way you want your quarterback wired. And hopefully he'll be our guy here for many, many, many years to come. Max says, Hawks are blessed to have Jay Reed, Byron Murphy, and Leo. What the F are people supposed to do? Don't forget Riley Mills in there and all these edges you got now too. I will say. Yeah, I would take Darnold over Rodgers any day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They made the right call on that one, and they were flirting with the Rodgers side of it. But that's just one of those places where John will turn through options. He talks about this on trades. I'll be in on every trade. Doesn't mean I'm going to make every trade, but we're in on everything. For agents similarly. Let's talk about it. What's this guy going to bring? Where's this guy going to be at? What's this guy going to do? So it's where this is what you'd want from just like I talked about ideal quarterback. This is what you want from a general manager. You want a general manager that's doing every move everywhere and being overaction, I'll just constantly be in movement, and that means success. Be tactical, but have your ear to the ground at every turn. And John's wired that way. And Darnold's definitely a better solution than what we would have had with Rodgers. Much, much better. All right, we're going to put a wrap on it. On that note, appreciate you, Mick, Megan, Garth, everyone out there. Thank you for all of the great discussion today. You guys bring it every single time. Every single time. If you guys can for me today, hit that like button, hit that sub button, get subbed up, hit the like, do both of those two things. They help out. I know that they're a thing I ask all the time, but they do help the channel grow and show. Get me out on that algorithm here on YouTube, which is the way that us here, our channels, this is the way that we grow. This is how you guys get us to get bigger. So it's much appreciated in doing that. I really thank you guys for what's been a real fun off season here, going through, turning this over. We got some shows planned up here in the next couple of days. We'll be chopping it up with Brendan tomorrow on the B&B show at 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We got on Sunday, we'll be taking a little bit look back at Cooper Kupp's season. One of those places one of the little narratives I'd like to kind of turn up on its head a bit. One of those things that exist out there where it's like, this guy's in a certain place. I want to kind of present something to you guys in regards to Cooper Kupp and where I actually think he's at as far as a player that I think he's being kind of slept on just a little bit. And last season was being slept on just a little bit and what he did. So we got some stuff lined up here over the next couple of days. If you guys haven't had a chance, I know they mentioned this a lot, but really wanted to try to get the viewership up on this and get your guys' feedback as much on this as anything else. So I've got the Year of Kubiak. It's a little mini series that I'm doing for the channel, a little 5-part mini series. Just released episode 2 a couple of days ago on the channel. Would really like to hear back from you guys on whether you like this or not, whether this is the type of content that you guys would like to see on into the future. Got a little bit more humor, a little bit more dramatized, a little bit more of just having some fun with some green screen and stuff like that. So if you guys do like that, please do give it a watch, give it a comment. Let me know what you guys think about that. As I'm going to be getting episode 3 out to you guys somewhat shortly, just kind of getting into work on that one, but we'll keep that coming. The offseason keeps motoring. There is no offseason in Seattle. Not when you're Super Bowl champs. It's 365. It's 7 days a week and twice on Sundays. And with this schedule, I shouldn't have to let you know, with this tasty schedule, these 7 primetime games, only a couple 10 a.m.s, the extra bye week time that you get like after the Patriot game in week 1 to prep up on for AZ, the prep that you get in the bye week in week 11 to set the stage for that final tough end game run of opponents that you have facing you at that time. I shouldn't have to let you that this is all set up. I told you last year, well set up for us to take advantage if we can come forward as a young roster. If we can really get this all in alignment, and we know it's in alignment already, and now we've got the schedule set up, ready to go, tasty for us to come back and again, get into double-digit wins, go out there and get that first round bye, get ourselves back to the Super Bowl again to go out there and repeat. It is all set up, so I shouldn't have to let you know. I shouldn't have to inform you guys about how bright the future of this football team is set up to be for this upcoming NFL season, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.